to another episode of Tales from Beyond Crow Lane. I am your... So true! Don't mute them! Don't mute TT! I like that!
Were you silent or were you silenced?
I love a sound. I'm a big fan of sounds. Let TT make all the sounds that he wants. Thank you. TT, do you have a sound for me?
No, that was it.
Oh. I went to bat for you. Welcome. I'm your humble dungeon master and guide through the Underdark, Reed. We're going to start the same way we always do with some introductions. Hello. Today I am Reed. Tomorrow, who knows? You can find me on the internet at Snail5e, except for TikTok where I am D&D5e. You can also find me thinking about that one woman who does those covers of What Was I Made For by Billie Eilish on TikTok. And she sings the song wrong. I'm thinking about that. That's what I'm thinking about today. That's me. I'm going to pass it over to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic Dragonana or just Sapphic Strega, or this week in particular, just really trying to figure out what level of hell I would be in Dante's Inferno. I'm thinking like heresy. That kind of is where it feels like it's at for me, but you know, who's to say? We'll figure it out when I get there.
Slay. Thank you, Diana. Next up is Jess.
Hi folks, I'm Jess. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me pretty much everywhere on the internet at Seriously. You can also find me thinking of ways to insert this weird TikTok reference into today's game so I can break the DM.
Uh-oh. Thank you so much, Jess. Next up is TT.
Hello, everyone. I'm TT. You can find me at TT Brett pretty much everywhere, except for Twitter. Put an underscore in there. And, I'm here.
Slay. Thank you, TT. Next up is Bree.
Pew pew pew. Hi everyone, I'm Bree. I use she, her pronouns. You can find me supporting women's soccer. Hell yeah. Sports.
Thank you, Bree. And last but certainly not least is James.
Hi everybody, coming to you live from a tropical storm. It's me, James. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me on... I keep doing this. I really had it down for like 2 weeks and now it's gone again. You can find me at Nice One James in some places and TTRPK in other places. I don't know, figure it out. You're a smart person, I believe in you. Also, please consider this my formal apology if my internet chooses violence today. If I am silenced, please act like a bitch in your own home in my honor. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
You're
Let's
welcome.
do some announcements. And I know all of the announcements that I should be doing. Here we go. Join us next week, this week, on Wednesday, for Tales from the Hearth Divinians. We are in the middle of a festival, the King's Festival. And it's going to be a grand old time because I love those little weird little gay people so bad. So come hang out with the gay people that I love more than anything else in the world on Wednesday at our normal stream time. We will not be having Crow Lane this Sunday, but we will the Sunday after. So jot that down. Are you jotting it down? Everybody jotting? Yeah, great. Thank you so much for jotting it down. I think Bree wins a point of inspiration for the calendar bit. So please take that point of DM inspiration, Bree. Forgot all the other announcements that
You got it.
do. Social media, we're on there. Starlight Tales _. YouTube, we're there too. Patreon, we have it. We had a newlywed stream last night. It was pretty fun. And that was exclusive to our patrons. So if you want to see it, you gotta hang out with us on that website. We have merch. We have dice. We don't have dice, but you could buy dice, and then we get money from that.
Oh, you muted yourself.
I went to go type !dice in the chat, and then I accidentally pressed the button that mutes me. Alex did it for me! I don't even have to do anything anymore because our fans are so in it that they know exactly what to do. I feel so seen and heard. I see you. I am. Any other announcements? We have a Discord too? Anything else? Anybody want?
You did a great job.
to
That's
say?
my announcement.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, hey, what if, just an idea, what if we pass it over to the intro, and then we come back and then we play some Dungeon Dragons? Thoughts?
I guess.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Bye! And we're back. Thank you everybody for bearing with us as I took a Tums. I just feel like I needed to say that because it's relatable. And I just wanted people to know that if you have hot non-binary person stomach issues, you're not alone. And it's important to me that you know that. Do you want to do a recap?
Thank you.
Let's do a recap. So last episode, our family, our fandamily, started heading to Merc Hollow. Finally. After months out of game and like 3 days in game of waiting, we are finally headed to Merc Hollow. Now, on this journey, we made the decision that it was finally time to make a plan. And so the group of the family got together and started talking about what they knew and what they didn't know. And the consensus was that it was time to try and figure out if they could take the crown off of Riva's head. And so Ward and Rose together did some magic. Riva did some assassin. And together, they were able to get the crown off of Riva's head. Riva, however, is a little bit worse for wear because of it. Ward was very adamant that she keep the crown. Everybody didn't really like it, but nobody really wanted to fight her about it, except people did fight her about it, but not long enough, and she's a little stubborn. So she has the crown in her little bag, and our autism and tummy issues and being a non-binary person, that Venn diagram is a thing. Yeah. I feel seen, and it kind of hurt my brain a little bit. Anyway, we got to Merc Hollow, and we made some friends, quote unquote, on the surface, who were able to hook Rodella up with some goggles of night so that she could see in the dark, and the group of everybody ended up heading under the ground. Did I forget anything in the recap? Nice. We pick back up with our family heading underground. I'm going to take a deep breath. I invite you to join me. I'm going to get my sillies out, and we're going to play the serious game. Okay. It's not steps. It's not a staircase. But bit by bit, you can slowly descend under the ground. The craggly rocks forming the ground as you slowly but surely get lower and lower and lower. And the people above were right. It is dark down here. The only real light sources coming from the strange flora and fauna that starts showing up the deeper and deeper you get underground. Weird flowers that seem to react to being near warm bodies. They glow, they move a little bit. And as you get lower and lower, you can begin to see a collection of lights off in the distance. And finally, you stop getting lower. And off in front of you, you can see buildings. Not buildings that are extravagant like the ones that you are all used to living in at this point in time, but huts, small homes. You can see that the ceiling stretches for what seems to be like miles. And there are stalactites that come down from the ceiling and go so far as to almost touch the ground. And there is life. There are people teeming about, going about their business like people normally do. There are no horrors, at least not yet. It appears to be just a normal community of normal people living under the ground. Crows, as you walk into this community, there's no street signs, no clear indication of where to go or even where you are. Only people, homes, and the 6 of you. What would you like to do?
I think Rodella adjusts her goggles. And just kind of like tests them a little bit, like pulls them off and like squints and then puts them back on. Okay. And I think Rodella turns to Ward. Do you have any idea where to go from here?
No.
Right. I think Rodella's gonna try and, kind of glance around at everyone and then start approaching the nearest person.
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Ask for some fucking directions.
Yeah.
We might as well.
I think as Rodella's walking over, they look at Rose and just kind of nod their head.
Yeah, I think Rose is like white knuckling Tennant's hand, staring at the ground, like counting the steps ever since they went into this cave mouth.
I'm gonna see if Rodella clocks that. Could I roll insight for that?
Sure.
Sure.
Good thing I did. Okay, that's 19.
I'd say yeah. They're not really trying to hide it.
Okay. I think Rodella was about to, knowing that Rose is good at interacting with people, was about to kind of get her to come with, but I think seeing that, she just kind of lets it go and walks over by herself.
Yeah. You see a tall man, maybe like 6'1", 6'2", with slate gray skin and a bald head. This head is covered in... I'm sorry. We made a joke the other day about how there's no bald people in our world, so I made a point to put another one in the world.
That's 2 at least.
There's 2!
So to be like, is that Carl?
Literally doubled our population.
Is this Carl's long lost sibling?
Oh my god. Not
There's
all,
only 2 bald people and they're all related.
not all bald people know each other.
He's bald and he's torturing people with hair.
Head is kind of like covered in like black tattoos. They're like wispy and they don't really seem to have any sort of like shape. They just look like squiggles. And they go all the way down to kind of right above his eyes where there's no eyebrows. And then there's like one line across his face, across his nose that's like black and dark. Ears are covered in like cool piercings. But like the most important thing I need you to know about this man is he's got a really, really cool mustache. Like a mustache that kind of like goes out and curls up. And it's like not like huge, but it's a lot bigger, I think, than any other mustache you've seen. And also like a full beard that kind of goes down a little bit to his
Is it
neck.
bigger than one of Tennant's like attempts at a dad stash?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's like a healthy furry guy. That's what this mustache is working with. And he's in like this like long trench coat with like the high collar. This is who you approach.
All right. I think Rodella just kind of like pokes her head around. Doesn't know what she looks like in these goggles, but is sure trying to act normal. And just says, excuse me.
Hi.
Hi. We're from out of town.
I can tell.
Yeah. And I was just wondering if we're looking for a lake.
Lava lake or a water lake?
I would know this, right? Like, it's a water lake, right?
You would
Okay.
Ward has to stand in it, so.
Okay, cool. I mean, I don't know.
She's a tiefling, she'd be
Tieflings,
fine.
yeah.
Water would be preferred.
Got it. You're gonna want to head west.
Okay. Thank you. Beautiful town.
Thanks.
Okay. I think she turns around and walks back and just kind of, casts him a look over her shoulder, but walks back. Were they acting like, I know I did just approach them out of nowhere, but were they acting like suspicious, or did anything I say, did anything I say set off anything that I should be concerned about? 19.
No.
Okay.
Just seemed to be just like a kind of standoffish person. Wasn't really anything about you.
Cool. So I just head back to the group. Nearest lake is west. According to the man with the impressive mustache.
Thank you.
Right. I think Ruby, who at this point has I didn't realize this. Gloomstalker Rangers fully kind of go invisible to creatures that use dark vision and darkness, which is fucking crazy. So I think that she kind of y'all were like, did she wander off? Did she go somewhere? But she is just right behind Tennant and kind of sticks her head out and yeah. When you thought she couldn't get any spookier. Is kind of just all right, well, can I tell which way is west down here?
Make a survival check with advantage.
Okay. Thank you for the advantage. That's very nice of you.
You're
I appreciate
welcome. I think
it.
you've looked at compasses many a time.
I think
you've looked at compasses many a time.
I think that's true, probably. That is a 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know which way is west. It's west.
Yeah. It's west. West is west.
Arthur.
And kind of will just nod in that general direction. Shall we?
Yeah. Everyone keep an eye out.
I think here Rose kind of like blinks and like their head just kind of like shoots up almost as if like she's actually finally processed what's going on. And they say, we should stop into the Hunsrun, House Hunsrun, the ones we're supposed to, they were Fae a long time ago, and I think I could get us help, maybe.
Do we want anyone knowing why we're here?
Yeah, I thought this was a bit of a get in, get it done, get out kind of situation.
Sure. I mean, I don't
Do you have
know.
reason to believe that going back to them would be to our advantage?
I don't think
I mean-
Rose would suggest it otherwise. Little bit sharply then he should.
I think Rodella gives you a very, like, leveled look, but not an unkind look. Just checking look.
I mean, I'd imagine that we don't have the element of surprise for anyone with any contact to kind of nods a little bit in the Ward's direction, but really in the Crown's direction. I mean, it's fully up to the group's comfort, but I think maybe having a few people with a vested interest in this area not becoming overrun with a god with power issues and their followers might not be a bad idea.
All right.
But if it makes anyone uncomfortable, we don't have to.
No,
Just a thought.
I think that's a great idea.
Thanks.
Okay, there first then. If I remember correctly from last time, the people outside the Hunsrans were like kind of right by the entrance. They were very hard to miss.
Yes. So as you're kind of looking out at this community, you can see there's like it's circular almost, and in the center of like these homes is this one building that's much larger and taller and more extravagant than the rest. And you, from what you know about nobles, you get the sense that that's probably where the heads of house live.
Kind of nods. Big fancy house. Good guess.
Does seem to be the type.
Yeah.
And maybe after we visit these guys, that's the time to kind of do a bit of disguise work and stealth work, right? It's more
Yeah.
looking at like Ruby at this point.
Yeah, you all need to catch up.
Okay. You guys can start heading towards this. Just kidding. Riva wanted to say something.
I think as we're moving deeper in, and as this conversation is happening, I would like to keep an eye out on the people moving in the path that we're taking, with the idea that, like, if we have to make an escape, like, how do we get out?
Sure.
Like, I want to make a mental note of sort of the mapping the space
Sure. Make me a
and
survival
taking
check.
small.
And I think
See
I'm
how
going to
good
be
you're
keeping an
doing.
eye out. I'm going to be keeping an eye out for anyone looking suspicious or anyone looking.
Sure. Make me a perception
Yes.
check.
And hate to Hansel and Gretel it, but if there's any way to leave a little path.
Depends on your roll.
That was a solid 8.
8 perception.
Oh my.
Everybody looks
Yep.
so normal and just
Everything
going
looks
about their
so
business.
Can I also make a perception check for the same thing? 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't think that's...
DC will be a little bit higher, but yeah.
I think Rodella right now is kind of in a. We're finally here. We finally got the crown off, and I think Rodella's so focused on trying to like just get this over with, that they're kind of a little bit scattered.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they were taking the lead on jumping in and asking for directions and trying to start this going.
Riva, what did you get on your survival check?
Survival? Alright, I'm gonna burn my calendar inspiration for this.
Sure.
Oh, that's terrible. I only rolled a 6.
6 total?
6 total.
Okay.
I rolled a 4 and a nat 1.
Okay.
Oh man.
I get it out
Your
now.
brain is a little scrambled.
Yeah, you start looking and trying to mark ways to get back out, and what you find is that there's really one way out of here. And that's kind of it.
This is the way we took down.
Yeah.
I got a 23 on my perception.
23 on perception.
Thank God.
I'm a plus 14.
You don't see anything. Nothing out of the ordinary.
That's almost worse.
It is worse.
All right, you guys can start heading toward that larger building in the center.
I think as we're walking there, Dan still has a very tight, grip on Rose's hand, and they kind of are walking in like silence, and then suddenly he'll like squeeze your hand, and in like a slightly strange tone that is so out of place in this environment, Rose, but you immediately pick up on this is their dad's playing a game tone.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I got a phone call this morning from Rosie's flower shop.
Did you?
Yeah, we're fresh out of lilies, so we're gonna have to sort that out when we get back.
I know, what a crisis. We can't fulfill all of our orders without any lilies. So.
Yeah, because they're in really high demand.
And they should be. I mean, they're beautiful. So.
Yep. And we've got those big weddings coming up, so.
Right. And they asked for all lilies, which is probably an issue.
Yeah. Who does that actually? Not.
I know.
Judging, but
it's kind of I don't know. I feel like too much of a good thing is a bit tacky, but what would I know?
what would you know about flowers?
Probably nothing.
Probably.
Just run a flower shop.
Yeah.
I think we'll just kind of like squeeze your hand back a little bit gratefully. Well,
Rose, make me just a quick perception check.
No.
Could you?
I'm unionizing. Okay. Using my 10 and d20. Oh my god, the 10 and d20 rolls so good when I acknowledge what it is. Perception?
Yeah.
29?
You feel something a little bit heavier in your pocket.
Get out of there. I think Bros kind of like is like partway through like saying something, and then you see like their face go very still as she looks at you, and the other hand that's not holding yours will just sort of like I'm not gonna say my hand in my pocket, I'm gonna put my hand like over my pocket. Do I like feel something in there?
Yeah, there's something in there.
Is it big? Is it small?
It's like maybe like no bigger than like a soda can.
Okay. Do I just want to stick my hand in there? I'm so scared right now. Yeah, can I turn my head and can I like, do I see like anybody that could have like, I'm married into a family of criminals. I know how pickpocketing works sometimes. Gotta make a quick perception check. Does it look like anybody like passed by?
With your 29, people have been passing by, but it doesn't seem like anybody has put anything in there.
Okay, I'll reach in there and I'll pull it, whatever it is, out.
You see just a little rubber ducky. And the little rubber ducky is holding a small bouquet of roses. And that was, you didn't really notice it until right now in this moment in time,
Sure.
the little rubber ducky in your pocket. That was all.
Do you want me to cry?
It's not always bad, guys.
We're in hell right now. Thank you. That was nice of you, but it was such a scary way to present it. Yeah, I think kind of like realizing what it is. You see, like the shoulders, like, like relax. And I think I'm like holding Tennant's hand, and in the other, I'm just gonna hold the rubber ducky.
Yeah.
Get my hand on my.
Okay. You guys can keep walking. Eventually, you get to the kind of center of this community, and you can see, just like this really nice house. It's not as nice as the house that you guys grew up in. There is really probably no way to build that underground. However, it's a little bit taller, it's a little bit roomier, it's a little bit sturdier than kind of the rest of the buildings that you've come across. There is a very nice welcome mat on the ground. It says like welcome in really nice like cursive script. And like a little sign hanging from a nail on the door that says House Hunzren, come on in.
I think just Ruby kind of leans into the group before we go in and is just like, listen, I'm sure these people are probably very lovely, but on the off chance that they aren't, I would feel a little bit more comfortable if maybe Ward and I sat this one out instead of delivering an object of incredible, indescribable power to a bunch of strangers we don't know.
Okay.
All right.
That works for me.
All right. Come on, you. Oh, sorry. Reva.
I think I look at the group and then I say, if it's alright, Ruby, I'd like to join you.
Yeah. Fantastic family bonding time. Let's all go disappear into the shadows. Come on. And kind of pulls her hood up.
Can I catch Ruby's eye? It's like a silent, is this good with you look?
You kind of get a, yeah, this might as well happen. Like, fine. There's a little bit of apprehension. There's like I think there is actually just like a tiny little bit of apprehension because part of her was like, oh cool, Reva can help. And then she looked at Reva again and was like, I don't know how much Reva's going to be able to help. Am I going to be babysitting these two? But like, it's fine. And we'll kind of just... we'll try to find like a place nearby that we can stay and kind of keep eyes on the entrance to the house, but be out of like the like main hustle and bustle.
As you're stepping off from the group, I'm just gonna kind of reach out and squeeze your arm a little bit and say, be careful, and I'll give you Bardic Inspiration. D10, you keep it if you fail.
Thank you.
So, Reva, Ruby, Ward, that's me. Go ahead and make me some stealth checks. Ruby, you can have advantage.
I already do.
You can have
my cloak.
Stacked advantage then, so add +2.
Oh! Oh!
While they're doing
gonna
this, I
need
think
it.
Cordella kind of
Need
like
it.
stops and glances over at Rose and Tennant. Just as kind of a, like, do you want me to come with you? Like, I can, come in or I can stand at the door.
I think Tennant goes to say something and then kind of pauses and like squints and like their head tilts a little bit and goes, wait, weren't you a noble once upon a time?
Has Tennant ever said anything like that or talked to me about that before?
probably maybe like once in passing. I think essentially
Okay.
like you've never really told this. This was really something that Rose picked up on and brought to Tennant, and then it was like, nah, and then kind of was like, wait, what? I guess I don't know much about my mom.
I think Rodella just kind of like falters a little bit, and that's a talk we're gonna need to have later.
Rose looks so guilty.
Yeah, I think Rodella's just a little bit shooketh, and just kind of. Well, I guess I could be of a little help.
Great, 2 princesses and 1 pauper going on up.
Oh, don't call me that.
Okay. You guys can walk into the house. Stealth checks.
28.
18.
Great, and Ward got a 29. So you all disappear into the shadows, and we'll follow our princesses and paupers into the house. What you come across is almost like a little bit of a waiting room. There's a couple of couches, some chairs, some coffee tables with like some magazines, but you get the sense that they're like old magazines, like a couple of years old, because like it's hard, you know, to get the most up-to-date things down here. And there is a little like desk, a little reception desk, where there is a creature, and I think that's the best I can describe them as, sitting behind this desk. You can see there is a big marshmallow blob of a person, and it the top of their head is like the top cap of a mushroom. It's like orangey. And then the rest of their body is made out of the material that like the stalk of a mushroom might be made up of. They've got 2 black beady eyes and no visible mouth. And kind of growing from the rest of their body, they've got like these 2 big arms. There's like long, big, buff arms. And little like pieces of mushroom are like growing off of their arms and their chest. Some of them glow a little bit. They glow a little bit red, a little bit green, and they've got like this nice little scarf across their chest. And they just kind of look up at you guys with these big beady eyes. Hi!
And it leans down into Rose and is like, that looks like a fun guy.
Thank you so much.
I think Rose like
Tenant, you take 500 lightning damage.
no.
Pun!
I think what was like a very like perfectly constructed, if a little strained, like polite smile just like cracks a little bit when you do that, but is so quickly replaced. Reed, can I ask a very quick question that I forgot to ask last time? Do I know, I know the name of this person, of Zeliana, the person who runs the house. Do I know what if any, like, title would be appropriate? Or, like, dignifier? Is that what they're called? Like, Lord, Lady?
I don't think you would know.
Okay, cool.
I think you would know that, like, when the Hunzern family were, like, in Everglen, Lady or Lord would have been appropriate. But I don't think you know if that's like a tradition that is followed in the Underdark.
Sure. Cool.
Hi.
Yeah.
Welcome to House Hunzring.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. Thanks for asking.
Of course. Do you have an appointment?
I don't. I suppose. Sorry. My name is Lady Roisin Crocolt. This is my husband, Lord Tennant Crocolt, and my mother-in-law, Rodella.
Hi.
We are...
Hi. I'm Stuart.
Lovely to meet you, Stuart.
Rodella gives Tennant the most, like, stern look.
Tennant's trying so hard not to laugh. He's actually, like, holding Rose's hand, but kind of, like, looking behind him as if he's dropped something on the floor behind him to hide this, like, hysteria building in his face.
Sure.
Nice to meet you.
We're new to the area. We're sort of
Welcome.
seeing the sights. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I suppose, it's throwing me off so bad, but it's a good bit. I suppose we were just hoping if perhaps we could stop in and make the acquaintance of Ziliana, I believe.
Oh,
That's right.
yeah.
Forgive me if that's
Yeah,
incorrect.
No, that's fine. Let me just check her schedule. Give me 1 second.
Thank you so much, Stuart.
Yeah, she doesn't really have any appointments right now, so that's probably fine. Yeah.
Lucky us.
Yeah. You can just sit and I'll get her.
Great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you for your assistance.
You're welcome.
Do you have a stool? Like, maybe like a toadstool?
I squeezed in his hand so hard.
Yeah, there's a bunch of chairs in there if you want to sit on one of them.
That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's
Okay.
really.
Can I get you guys anything to drink?
Oh, I think.
Okay.
Rodella preemptively kicks Tennant.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna just go. Yeah, I'll be right back. Make yourself at home.
Take your time.
Okay. All right. 1 sec. And like awkwardly stands up and comes out from behind the desk, and you see there's just got like the tiniest, stubbiest little legs you've ever seen on a little guy,
And then closes their eyes.
and kind of waddles off further into the house.
Maybe you should have stayed in the bushes.
Oh no, I'm so glad I came. It's so
Mhm.
good. Just to check, is the Lord and Lady that we're visiting also mushrooms? Because I actually might die.
Do I have any idea?
Make me a history.
No.
Okay. Ooh, not good. Oh, that's okay. 15.
Probably not.
I don't believe so. Is that going to be an issue? If they are.
Oh no. The more mushroom, the merrier.
Mm-hmm. Just like trying so hard to give you like the stern mom look, but you can see it's like it's cracking.
Oh, Rodella's giving you the stern mom look.
I'm not looking at Rodella.
Stuart waddles back after a couple of minutes. Hi, you can come follow me this way.
Would love to. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Of course. You guys sure you don't want anything to drink?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Very kind of you.
Yeah, no, of course. We try to treat everybody like they're at home. Okay, follow me. Starts waddling off.
I'm following.
They walk really slowly because their legs are really little, so it does take you guys a while.
Sure.
Um,
That's okay.
You walk through this hallway, this like very intricately decorated hallway. There's this really nice rug on the ground. However, you're all seeing through dark vision, right? So none of it is colorful. None of it is like particularly saturated. However, you can see that there's like intricate designs on this rug. There's paintings and tapestries hanging on the walls, and you walk down this impossibly long hallway until you get to these big double doors at the end. And Stuart opens the doors and says, hi, Ziliana, here are the people that I told you about. It's Lady Roisin Crowcolts and Lord Tennant Crowcolt and also Rodella. And they're here to talk to you. Yeah. And you see sitting in like this large chair, not like it's a throne, but very throne-like, behind this big desk, is a drow feminine figure who has like this slate gray skin, hair that is very, very, very pale purple, that it's almost white, that is kind of kept in this half up, half down situation, and there's like these two large chunks of hair that are hanging by their face. Has this circlet across her forehead with a star in the center that seems to be giving off just a little bit of light. is dressed in a like deep purple dress, where there's like a little bit of a V cut out. However, like not there's still like a full intact collar. It's kind of like a window type situation. Has like so much jewelry on, maybe like 4 or 5 necklaces that are all made of like mainly silver chains and silver diamonds, but at the center have these like deep purple gems. Hands are both covered in rings that also have these same purple gems, and is wearing this capelet over this dress that appears to have like tiny little stars that are giving off light that are woven into this capelet. And they kind of nod at Stuart. Thank you so much, Stuart. You're dismissed. And Stuart goes, okay, thank you, boss. Have a good time. Okay, bye. And starts waddling away. Ziliana stands and like gestures to the seats on the other side of the desk for you all to sit.
Wait, were you ever a lady? I just feel like if you were.
Cordella walks further in and goes to sit down.
Can I?
What?
Super cool
Like-
question. Both walking through this house and entering into this room, can I make a perception check for any like religious iconography I would
Yes, you
recognize?
absolutely can.
Slay things. Come on, dice. This is an important one. Okay, I can work with that. Yeah, that's 23.
Yes, you would recognize that circlet across their forehead as Acheron's holy symbol.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will follow after Radella into the room.
Hi. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for seeing us on such short notice. I'm sorry to barge in like this.
Schedule was open. It's not that often that I get visitors from out of town. Puts their hand out. My friends call me Yana.
I will shake their hand. Very nice to meet you, Yana. My friends call me Rose.
Lovely to meet you.
You as well.
Puts their hand out to Tennant.
I think, Rose, if you catch Tennant's, on gut instinct, when they put their hand out and it's covered in all these rings, you see the exact look that crosses his face, which is, how can I pickpocket these? And then they remember that they're not allowed to do that anymore, so it takes an extra second for them to respond. They go, yeah, Lord. Kind of gives Rose a bit of a look. It's just Tennant, it's fine.
Okay. Nice to meet you. And puts a hand out to Radella.
Just for that.
Okay. Lovely to meet you. Please take a seat. And we'll kind of like sit back down in her big imposing chair.
Yeah. I will sit between Tennant and Radella, both because I need their support and also because I just cannot guarantee that no shenanigans will happen if I don't.
That's fair. That's valid.
Can I just say, by the way, your circlet is beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Are you I hope this isn't too personal a question within the first few minutes of meeting. Are you a follower of Atron?
Yes. I'm a cleric, actually.
Oh, that's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Behind Rose's chair, I shoot a look at Radella. I'm like,
Cordella is pointedly not looking at it.
It wasn't always, but she found me at a tough time in my life, and I'm very grateful to her.
That's really beautiful.
Thank you. Are you? You don't strike me as a diviner.
No, I think
Sorry.
where Rose Rose's eyes like flick back up to them, and like there is something that I think like Tennant and Radella would register as like a calculated sort of expression on her face, but I don't know that Ziliana would recognize it. And they say, "No, I was born and raised amongst the Fae, and we're not particularly lovely people."
Oh. So is my mother.
Really?
Kind of gives you like a pointed look of like, I'm sure you knew that. Yes,
Sure.
she was.
Suppose it's a small galaxy.
Not big enough, I guess.
Yeah.
But
well,
you're not with the Fae anymore?
I'm not. I suppose we
Tenant kind of
have
like
that
leans back in their
comic.
chair a little bit.
No, I'm married into the Crowcolt family. Very happily so.
Let me see if that's a name that they recognize. Give me just 1 second.
I believe in them.
Oh no, she's been underground for like her whole life, so...
That's okay. That they say criminal organizations are like underground. So, really,
True. So true. Let me
criminal underground, that's a saying.
Let me do a history check. Nope. Got a 5.
Slay.
Lovely.
Yes. I've been very lucky. Well, I kind of looks back to my not my friends, my family. Don't want to waste your time. We've actually come on, I admit, a bit more of a friendly introduction. I'm going to be honest with you, if that's all right,
Please.
because you seem like the type of person I would like to trust.
Please.
Have you ever heard of a figure called Ithios?
A 4. She's not rolling well.
They're just like me.
I can't say that I have.
Lucky you. There is a being currently attempting to ascend to godhood, not very far from your lovely home and town. And we have come here to prevent that from happening, as we believe it would be quite catastrophic if this being achieved such power. You seem like a kind leader, despite the fact that we've just met. I'm pretty good at reading people, though, and truthfully, while we are a formidable bunch, gods, we are not. So, well, on the one hand, of course, we have come to shake hands and make merry and make introductions that could potentially be beneficial in the future. We have also come here as a warning, and truthfully, to ask for any aid you might be able to spare in the fight to come.
You say this is happening near my home. Do you know where?
Just because I'm suspicious, I'm a chronically suspicious person to a fault. Can I just make a quick insight check before I answer this? Okay,
Can I
thank
give
you.
her advantage on that?
How so?
I think like Ten kind of has like an arm across the back of Rose's chair as well, and I think is sharing in this like. And I think if they notice something that Rose doesn't, will like give a bit of a tap on Rose's shoulder.
Sure. Yep. Cool. With advantage.
Thanks. Oh my god, that's bad. What's my insight? Okay, that's okay. It's still a 17.
Cool.
Rolled a 2 and a 6.
First thing that you notice across this person's face is there's a little bit of alarm. Like,
Sure.
Oh my gosh, this is happening and I'm unaware of it. That's quite scary. There is genuine curiosity of like, where could this be happening and how could this be happening so that I am unaware of it? And a little, just like a tiny bit of fear.
Okay.
But doesn't appear to be any sort of like malevolent intentions.
Sure. I think here I look to Rodella, because I know that Rodella very recently had a conversation about where this was.
From what we understand, there's a lake where this will be taking place.
A lava lake or a water lake?
A water lake.
Okay.
Would you happen to know where the nearest?
Well, there's only one. House Seekin to the west. They, the main part of their settlement is based around Lake Ithia.
Ithia?
Yes.
That sounds about right.
Wait, what's Ithia?
The lake.
Oh. Oh. Ah.
Yeah. Riddell's sitting in the corner like, I raised this.
Mostly made up of Kuatoa. Does that ring true?
Yeah.
I believe the current leader is Horik.
Sorry, to clarify, of House Seekin or of
House
Ikuto?
Seekin.
Could you repeat that name for me?
Yes, Horik, and if you were to write it down, it's Horriik.
I would never have seen that second icon.
Double I.
Sneaky. That was James. That wasn't Rose. And do you know if Horik would be the kind of person perhaps to be swayed by a being who is very fond of showing their own power? Which is not a judgment,
No,
because many are.
Probably. Horik is more militaristic than the last couple of leaders that House Seekin has had. Kuatoa, I'm unsure of how familiar you are with their lifespans and traditions. They live quite shorter than most of us do, and so they move through leaders quite quickly, which means that often there are grand sweeping changes made in between leader and leader, as the obsession with change comes from those lineages with shorter lifespans than the rest of us. They want difference, and they want it now, because if they don't have it now, then they may never have it.
I see. And how long has Horik been
Only a
in
couple
power?
of months.
Right. That would match up with our experience of activity as well. Well, I understand the, for lack of a better word, imposition that we are asking to come in here as outsiders into your home and ask you to take up arms against another of your rank in the home that you have built here, the really beautiful home that you have built. And if you cannot, or choose not to, we understand. But if there is any aid that you feel comfortable in giving, whether it is with your name attached or otherwise, we would be honored to accept it. And to do so, and to act in a way that will help preserve the beautiful home that you've built here, hopefully for many years to come.
I can provide healing potions for your fight, if that would be helpful.
Yes, that would be wonderful.
And there are a couple of gifts that I've been given by Atron that I would be more than willing and welcome to share with you. Is it just the three of you?
No, there are a few more of our number who are less, shall we say, politically inclined, waiting just outside.
I understand. Well, there are a few things that I can grant you. Number one, it is dark down here. It's the Underdark. We call it that for a reason. Atron has given me the ability to share my superior ability to see in the dark with up to 5 others. So if that's something that you're interested in sharing, I can easily do that with you.
Oh, but you're all good. And kind of like Thomas goggles. They just look so good on you. I would hate to, or in case they get broken, maybe. Kind of like gives her a look like. You
get there's a fond smile on their face, and she's amused. You haven't offended her. They're also trying not to laugh because it would be impolite to do so.
Yeah, Tanner's being this the naughty school child trying to get the teacher's pet to laugh with him.
And also there is a blessing that I can share with somebody to make them a little bit extra vigilant in battle, help them act quicker than perhaps someone else. And I do believe that may be all I can spare right now.
Can Rodella... Can I do another insight check? Because this person is really, like, taking in our story real quick. Like, are they just super, like, trusting, or...
Yeah, you can make an insight check.
Alright, it's a 25.
Sure. One of their rings is glowing green. And you can get the sense that it may be indicating to them whether or not you are telling the truth.
Oh, okay.
So she
relaxes.
They have like there's no suspicion on her face, right? She's very, very comfortable. Like, and it's not in a gullible way. It's in a way of like, you quite literally can't, like, I know that you are not lying to me.
Okay. All right. I think Rodella relaxes quite a bit.
Hell yeah. Like, any aid, all of that, any of that would be a wonderful help.
Yeah, I'm more than comfortable to ask and provide all of that. Yeah.
Your help is greatly appreciated.
Of course. Thank you for making it so that this place is safe for the people who live here.
Absolutely. And I hope you know, despite the fact that we come from, I would say, different... What's the word I'm looking for? This is me, James, forgetting the word. Different depths of the earth, shall we say. Different sides of the... Whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. The horizon. I hope you know that should you ever need further assistance, this act of kindness will not be forgotten.
Of course. I do not venture to the surface, ever. It is a part of my my house's belief that there is courage and wisdom in choosing to stay when others choose to run. However, we have our ways of communicating with those outside of our purview, and of course, should we ever need it, this new acquaintanceship will be called on. Thank you.
Of course.
Out of interest, do you have any difficulty getting trade in and out? And this is like where Tenant sits up a little bit, because this is Tenant's domain, and this is a little bit of a Reaver tone of voice that they take. And their eyes kind of give off like a warm glow instead of, it's not an intimidating glow, but it's like their attention is focused now.
Saw the outdated magazines out.
Quite a lot of difficulty, actually. Especially due to House Pralp, which is the new house that has been building up on the surface. They tend to intercept some of the things that we try and get down here, as they're the first line of defense that people meet when they come to our planet. So yes, actually, it's been quite difficult for us to get in new resources. We're quite resourceful. Nobody's in any danger.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah. Kind of reaches into their coat and like takes out a business card. It's like a beautiful like white, crisp business card with like an embossed black crow on it and like his details on the other side of it, and is like, just if you have any more thoughts on that.
What is your specialty?
We're quite well connected. Trade.
It's gonna make an insight check on that.
It's true.
I can't lie.
You're not lying, but it's just is curious as to what kind of trade.
Everything.
That's a 23.
Everything.
You get the gist that everything includes both legal and illegal, but
But also, when's the last time they tasted a, sun-ripened tomato?
we said we were a crime family, right?
No, you said the Crowcolt family, which she did not have any name recognition to.
Well,
But
she
they didn't
will.
lie.
Thank you. I'll be in touch. Absolutely. The others who are waiting outside, would you like me to share these blessings with them? You said there were 3 others. I can only do this with 5.
Oh, they can see, right? They can see. Do you want it? I do love the goggles, but it's completely.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Just mum over here. Yeah.
As fashionable as these are,
Sure.
my peripheral vision is not great.
Understood. I gather that you two can see, but this is beyond what you are capable of seeing right now, if you would like it as well.
Oh.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. Also, a question for you. Do our earrings work here? I don't know why they wouldn't, but we just haven't used them since we left the planet, so I wanted to double check. Cool. If you give me one moment, I can see if any other of our group would be interested. And I'll just into the earring.
Then you
Ruby?
can meet the whole family. It's really
We're gonna pause here. We're gonna check in with Ruby, Ward, and Riva, and I'll let you know, James, when that comes up. The 3 of you are all kind of standing in the shadows a little bit.
Awkward.
The last time the 3 of you were all together was on the ship that you all left the planet on very quickly.
I think almost out of a force of habit, like Riva sort of takes the time, it's just kind of gently strolls around the property with an eye towards casing the joint. It's just out of habit.
Sure.
And I think just sort of offhandedly, even after all of these years, I feel so much more comfortable in a pirate tavern than I do in a noble house. Something about these places just makes me want to steal everything that isn't nailed down.
Good thing you're not inside then.
Yeah, Mom, you kind of picked an odd spot to settle down then.
Yeah, sometimes. I wonder if it's time to move on. You see, I think there's this layer of sort of nostalgic, sort of like, what's the word when you, I don't know, like almost like reverie in like Riva's eyes. As she sort of like...
Sorry.
Not this week.
As she sort of like, just like, sort of like enjoys the nostalgia of like hijinks gone by, and in a way, like almost hiding the sort of, I think as she struggles to like be vulnerable and open up, you can sort of like see that she wants to say something to you, but doesn't quite know how.
You got something stuck in your throat?
Can I do... like, what's a vibe check? Like, do you seem angry, annoyed, or just the usual?
Yeah. Check, yeah.
Go for it.
That's gonna be a 22.
Yeah, I think no more than usual. I think that as we were approaching the planet, like the last couple of days were kind of really wearing on Ruby, but at this point, like the minute that they got underground, she has been very like focused. She's like, okay, I'm at work right now. But I do also like, I think that, you know, as much as she has like her head on a swivel, eyes peeking out from under her hood, constantly like scanning, watching to make sure they're not being trailed, at the same time, like, you know, fiddling with like her arrows and her hunting knife at her belt. I think that like this is kind of like this is like the last chance that if you want to say something that we have before shit really kicks up. So I think that was not like irritated, but like kind of that it is irritated because she's always irritated, but like she was kind of trying to like open the door a little and be like, what are you trying to do?
I think I hesitate. And I sort of like drop back so I'm side by side with you. And sort of start mirroring the sort of checking and like looking for like people around, just like checking people walking and checking like the path and then I think I reach out without looking at you. I I think I just like grab your hand. And again, I don't look at you. Thank you for holding everyone together. And then I let
Ruby.
go.
I think Ruby takes like a very just big, deep breath, like kind of trying to, I don't know, get back in her body for a second. And also still not looking at you. Of course. Are you feeling all right? Before we go any further. It's not too late to tag Davies in if you're not feeling up to it.
I think mothers have an unfortunate habit of making things worse.
Not all the time. Everybody's got their blind spots, it's not just them. Mom, I've given you a lot of shit the last few days about pretty much everything. But before that, I also spent a really long time just watching. And, I get it. You know, it's just... the people that you love are the ones who are most capable of hurting you. And so... it makes sense. Keep them at arm's length.
They're the ones most capable of hurting you. But they're also the ones that make life worth living.
Yeah.
When this is all over, I think we should all take some time.
Like go on vacation?
If you want.
Yeah, sure. Because I would
I'm
do really well laying on a beach with absolutely nothing to do.
You don't have to lay on a beach. You know, the thing that brings me most joy something that I realized was how much I missed being a pirate, a life of adventure.
Tell you've gone on a bit of a walk down memory lane.
I'm just saying, before you become a doddering old lady like your mother, it might be worth going on a few adventures.
To my eyeballs in adventures.
Unofficial, non-business related adventures.
I haven't run the Crow Olympics in a while. It could be fun.
It'd be fun to find an intergalactic squad of crows.
I'm sorry.
Representation from each planet.
The what?
I forgot you were there.
It really was not my my conversation to eavesdrop on. However, Crow Olympics really got me. So.
Ward, you've been to a ton of other planets. Like, are there any planets with crows known for extraordinary athletic prowess?
No.
Listen, I used to watch the Mirian Games when I was a kid, and I thought it was really cool. And then I was raising crows, and I was training them. And, they're usually multiple in a clutch, and then you have to, it was like a... If they were going to be following around my family to protect them, then I needed to make sure that I was working with the best of the best. And, Mom left her embroidery hoops out, and it was kind of, things got out of hand very quickly. There were not a lot of other kids on that planet.
Cool.
Am I telling you this?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't. Because I asked.
I don't know why. Yeah, I guess.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, dear.
I really appreciate you saying that, but I somehow don't believe it.
I reach out and give you a little... I don't know, I think I, reach out to your face. And just, gently touch your cheek. And all I want to do is just poop your nose. And it's just, I don't know.
I don't think there is anyone else in the galaxy that could do that and keep their hand. So, Reva might be one of the only people who could get away with it.
I look over to Ward. You saw nothing. But I'm serious. I think take some time off. Well-designed time. Well-deserved.
Right. We'll see. I'll think about it.
At this, you hear Rose's voice in your ear.
Ruby?
Yeah. Did you hear any of that?
Sorry.
Was the line open?
What?
Nothing. Never mind.
Hear
Is
any
everything okay?
Fuck off, Tennant. I'm talking to Rose.
Okay.
Give Tennant a look while I... is everything okay?
Yeah. Fine. All clear out here.
Alright, I'm gonna choose to believe that. We... No, you just had a weird tone of voice. It's going well, I'd say. Would it be helpful to you to be able to see much better in the dark?
How much better?
I mean, I don't want to say... I mean, I don't know what your current... But probably a lot better.
Yeah, I'll take what I can get.
Does, Reva, are you listening?
Yes, Rose.
Hi. Would you like it as well? We can only do up to 5 total, so... But, I mean, also it seems like Ward will be quite busy, so...
Got it. This is a boon from the leader of House Hunzran.
It is, from the very... making eye contact with Yana. The very kind and generous leader of the house who has chosen to help us
Awesome.
of the kindness of their heart.
I think
Wonderful, not a psychomotor
while this
then.
has been happening, Ridella's been talking to them just to
It's like,
I think it's way
Give them
funnier if
some
we're all sat
privacy.
in front of them
Just-
with our
I
fingers in our
do.
No, it's
Right, should I come in? You coming out? What's...
yeah,
but you
just
can't
tell
come in
us.
through the window, babe. It's not polite.
Fuck off, then. And out of the two of us, who has a problem with that?
Out of the two of us, who is a lord, actually?
That cannot possibly be right. Rose, tell him he's not a lord. That's bullshit. I don't fucking
It's
believe that.
Lord
exactly.
twice
You got
It
your
is- it
papers?
is correct.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No.
Could you please stop talking over Rose?
Thank you, Weaver. Tenant is a lord, and also just tell Stuart at the front desk that you're joining us.
All right. Yeah,
And
so
I
much
find a way to
truth,
mentally,
brother.
without
That's
saying it
by the
out
way.
loud, say, and don't be weird about it.
You asked for the wrong people if you don't want weird. Right.
Rose,
Fuck you,
thank you,
Tent.
dear.
Love
You're
you, bye.
welcome.
We can start heading towards the
Sure.
house.
Yeah. You guys can come in.
Yeah.
Hi. Welcome. Welcome to House Huntsman. Do you have an appointment?
No, but my the rest of my family's in. They said to head back.
Oh, okay.
We do. We are meeting with the rest of our family.
Well, there's no appointment on the books for today, so anyway, yeah. If the rest of your family is in there, then yeah, come on, follow me.
Thank you for
Nice.
your service.
You're welcome. Can I get you a drink?
I would love one,
Sure.
if it's not too much trouble.
No, we have water. We have tea. We have wine. What do you? We have soda.
You have Dr. Pepper.
It's really warm though.
I think
What can I get
I'll-
for you?
just a
Like
glass
Ruby-
of water would be lovely.
Sure. Sparkling or flat?
I am so charmed. Sparkling.
Okay. Ice?
Yes, and a slice of lemon if you have
I
one.
do. Yeah. No, I could get that for you. Okay. Come follow
Ruby
me.
just like left and is just like, Rose.
Oh, please don't run off without me. It's a big house, and I wouldn't want you to get lost. Hello?
Ruby.
Oh no! I have really bad news for you. I think she might be lost.
Don't worry, I think it'll be fine.
Okay.
Would you please do show me around this wonderful estate?
Oh.
And what was your name again?
Oh, I'm Stuart.
Oh, Stuart. Thank you.
You're welcome. Follow me.
I would like to take Stuart's hand and
Oh.
like arm in arm and just like be like, can you please give me a tour of this gorgeous estate?
We'll start pointing out all of the different like tapestries and stuff, and like explaining like the history. And so Ruby, you get to the room, and I would say Ward and Reva and Stuart are like a good 5 minutes behind.
Yeah. As soon as you walk in, Tennant is like up on the chair, like, did you see the mushroom? Yeah, that was fun. Hello, this is my sister. Just Ruby. No lady, sorry.
Like just a very like, what the fuck is your problem? Like, look.
I think they've gone from like PTSD levels of fear from being underground to like the mushroom, and it's made them high.
We've circled around into the sillies. I understand. The horrors on one end and just absolute shenanigans. Ruby kind of like pulls her hood down and turns to this other person. Hi. Are you it?
Eat.
Not it,
Don't call
Ruby.
it eat.
Yana.
No, I mean that's
This
the
is
person that
Yana?
we were talking
So
to
rude.
now.
Yana, nice to meet you.
Right, Ruby. Kinda.
Sorry, she's so undignified, Yana. We've tried. It's like training a wild animal. Like she
I
barely
live,
even toilet
I
trained.
live underground.
Oh, so you're used to this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of gives you a look
Could you
Ruby,
not-
of like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ten, could you not talk about me like I'm not in the room?
Is that what I was doing?
Yeah, just
I'm
a bit.
happy to talk to you about this whilst you're in the room.
Fantastic.
Ruby,
Redella somehow reaches.
They're-
Redella
they're on
somehow
their way.
reaches a foot, like under Rose
I
between
have
the
my
chair
legs
and
up
kicks,
on my chair.
kicks the leg of Tennant's chair.
I think that Ruby does something that I think like she does quite a lot, which is like, yeah, okay, Jess, this is gonna be, y'all know the concept, the general concept of a wet willy, and I think it would feel really, really bad if it was making like little seeds like bloom directly in somebody's ear. As someone comes around and just would craft some shit, and it's just like, well, Ten, I'm supposed to be the wild one, but you're so unwashed. You got flowers growing on you.
Fuck? You make flowers bloom out of him.
Yeah.
I think only probably from Redella's reflexes does she stop an all-out sibling like wrestle fight happening as like one of his arms just goes to like yank your hair or something.
I think
We're
at
making
this
a great
point, like,
impression. Yeah.
Redella stands up and stands behind Tennant and puts her arms on his shoulders, just like very casually. And
Eventually, Stuart and Riva, arm in arm, both of them have like glasses with sparkling water with lemons and a little umbrella. And in their other arm, and Ward kind of trailing behind awkwardly, come into the big office. So yeah, that's kind of the history of how I got here.
Stuart, thank you so much for regaling me with the history of this house
Of
and your
course,
service.
of
I would love to
course.
hear more about your family on our next
Can I
visit.
give you a hug?
Leans into Tennant and is like, do you see why I had to flee?
Yeah. What's wrong with her?
I would like to. Oh, what a charming little mushroom! I think Riva does give like a very, like sort of like grandma. I don't know, just sort of like a little pat on the both shoulders and a little hug.
His beady little black eyes like close a little bit. You could see like a single little tear coming from
I
his
lean,
eyes.
I lean across to Ruby. Do you think if we were born mushrooms, she would have loved us more?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never hugged me like that.
Yana, this is Riva, the greatest person I've ever met in my life, and someone else. Okay, bye.
This is Ward.
Hello.
I think I like approach the family and I look over and I think in the same way that sort of like Redella has like gone behind like Tennant and put their shoulders on Tennant, I think I like bow and then I approach Ruby and then also sort of like take a position to be like behave.
It's like the mom grip on the back of your neck in the grocery store.
Ward goes and stands behind Rose, not just because like she needed a place.
Rose
to
goes
stand.
so straight.
She doesn't touch you at all. She just needed a place to stand, and there was a hole, and so she just goes and kind of awkwardly stands there and waves.
Thank you
Well,
so much for extending your hospitality and your support.
Of
I want it
course.
to be known.
Thank you for that as well.
Of course. I was not blessed with siblings, but this makes me wish I was.
really,
To this, I kick Redella.
I think that.
Well, as I
You
was...
wouldn't believe the problems we have as siblings in this family. You wouldn't believe it.
Oh, really?
You listen. You call the number on the back of that card. I have some stories for you, Lana. Yeah.
I look forward to them.
You want a sibling?
Kind
That's
of
online.
winks at Ward.
Well, as I was telling Rose and Tennant and Redella, There are a few gifts that I can share with you to help you on your journey. First, for 5 of you, I can extend some extra ability to see in the dark, but I can unfortunately only do it for 5 of you. So someone will have to forego it. And Ward, kind of without anything, raises their hand and goes, I'm good. Okay. Yana kind of sits up a little bit in their chair, takes a deep breath, and kind of puts their hands out, palms up, and you watch as this light that glows from the like center of their circlet begins to glow a little bit brighter, and almost as if you're watching their veins light up from under her skin. You can see the light starts in their face and spreads down their neck, shoulders, all the way to their arms, until every line on her palms is glowing with like this bright light that's almost blinding, because you went from sitting in like darkness to this light. And with one hand, she kind of almost like scoops some of the light out of themselves and blows. And Riva, Ruby, Rose, Tennant, Rodella, you all can see in dark vision up to 300 feet.
Oh, shit.
You can see in dim light as if it were bright light, and in darkness as if it was dim light.
Fuck yeah.
Great. Also, I can make someone a little bit more quick to respond in a combat situation. Can give someone advantage on their next initiative roll. So if
Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm her translator. So if there's somebody who you would like me to share that blessing with, please let me know.
I send Ruby a challenging look.
Supposed to get from that? What does that mean?
It's a sibling, like, are we gonna tussle for it?
Kind of meets it. You know, I could always be a little quicker on the draw. Not afraid to admit it.
Must be a bit better with your aim as well.
Isn't even gonna argue that. Yeah, just, yep. Yeah.
All right. Sure. Puts out a hand to you, Ruby.
Kind of very cautiously take it.
Places their other hand on top of yours and kind of closes their eyes and breathes in deeply, and the rest of you can kind of see some of this light transfer from Yana to Ruby. Your veins in your arm glow a little bit just for a second and then dim. And you have advantage on your next initiative roll.
Kind of like looking at her hand for a second. It's not gonna light up again or anything, is it?
No.
Okay, good. Defeats the whole purpose of the shadows thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Rifles through her desk, and you can hear kind of like the clinking and clanking of bottles, and puts, we'll say, 5 superior healing potions in a little pouch and hands them across the desk.
Yeah. Thank you very much. This is very kind and
Of course.
means a lot to all of us.
Happy to help. May you emerge victorious.
We will
Fingers
keep
crossed.
you updated.
That's the plan.
Well, we'll get out of your hair.
Yes.
It was an honor to meet you all.
You as well.
And kind of like gestures to the business card to Tennant. I look forward to hearing those stories.
I'm telling you, they're really good ones. If you know, it's funny for other people. For us, awful, terrible. Black history kind of looks at Reva, but you know, it's funny over a drink. Not that I'm inviting you out for a drink. I am married.
Rodella
that's my wife.
squeezes your shoulder so hard.
I am a lesbian, so.
Good for you. Me too.
Great.
Rose will kind of just lean in a little bit and go, and for what it's worth, I promise we are much more competent traders and business people than we are politicians. Myself excluded, because I'm quite good at it. But
I was gonna say, don't sell yourself short, Rose, please.
Thank you. And I'm sorry. And we'll go. We're gonna go.
This was probably the most interesting thing to happen to me in a while, so I appreciate
We
the
are very fun
excitement.
business partners. No pressure.
Radella's like
Well, I'm
lifting
just-
Tennant
we're
by
very-
the elbow and is like walking out with them.
Very fun to be around.
Great. You guys can head out, leaving Yana to the paperwork that she was working on. You walk through the hallway and Stuart's there. It was really nice to meet you all. Very,
nice.
very much
You
looking
as well.
at Riva. Thanks for visiting. Come back anytime. I work Mondays through Fridays. 9 to 5. So if you want to get, no pressure.
Wow, you get weekends off.
Yeah, I do.
Wow, we don't. Kind of glance at Riva.
continues walking Tennant out.
I think Ruby leans into Tennant a little bit and is like, is that what I sound like all the time? God, that's annoying.
Well, like this, yeah, you kind of talk like that a little bit.
Alright, fuck you.
You all,
love my mom so much.
you all can head out and start heading toward the west. And I believe, yes.
Oh, never mind.
No. You say your thing. 'Cause
Oh,
if
I
you
was just
don't,
gonna
we're
say,
about
I
to
think-
go on break. So
Okay. I think as they head out of the house, Rodella just kind of like looks at the kids and goes like, God, raised in a tavern. But I think you can tell that like Rodella's not annoyed at all. Rodella has the most fond look on her face right now and almost like relief. Like this is the most normal things have felt for her in a long time. And I think just having like in particular, Tennant like joking around with her was very like, I don't know, she takes a breath.
Can I also say one thing before we go on break?
yes,
I can't overstate how unimportant it is. If we
say
want.
it.
Okay, I think as we're kind of walking out and Rose falls into step next to Tennant again, I'm just gonna lean in so only they can hear and go, that went well.
Yeah, I know.
I would say that there wasn't much room for improvement.
And with that,
I smoke my wife.
we are going to
I
go
kiss my wife so
on
good.
break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We will be right back. See you soon to kill a god. Bye.
Bye.
And we're back. I hope that you had a good break, that you were able to get some water, get a snack, go to the bathroom, lie down, whatever you needed to do. I hope you did it. We're going to pick up right outside of this little settlement. I believe Pass Without Trace has been cast on the party. So could everybody please make me a stealth check? Plus 10.
Just
36.
26.
25.
19.
24.
You adding 10? Oh, God.
So, hypothetically, could you give me all of those numbers again?
Hypothetically, 19.
19,
No.
24.
24,
25.
25,
26.
26,
I think it was 33, but I forgot. Hold on.
Yeah.
33.
Yeah.
Ward wins with a 38.
Yeah, she does.
Great. You all
It was 36.
are sneaking your way. You have left the kind of settlement behind, and what you're coming across is just kind of vast underground nothingness. Again, bits and pieces of like mushrooms and flowers here and there, things that are glowing and providing small amounts of light, but no more civilization, no humanoids. Tenant, with your 23 perception check. 33? You got a 33 on stealth and perception?
I got a 36 on stealth. Alex just
Oh,
corrected me.
okay. Thank you, Alex. With your 33 perception, you don't see anything. And you're pretty sure that there's no one around because it's so vast and so empty that you would very much be able to see if somebody was trailing you. Yeah, you're walking in the direction. Anything anybody else wanted to do on the way there?
Is there any evidence of recent passage? Like, is there not wow, words. Hard reset. What I'm trying to find is there evidence of anything that has made their way to the lake before us?
I mean, this is the one way to get from House Hunsrin to House Seekin. So the path looks very trodden. Yes. People have come this way before.
Sorry, I'm just like trying to think through. I'm thinking of like people drop things all the time. Is there any evidence of like any religious iconography that's been dropped, or like is there any evidence of Okay.
No.
Paranoid brain.
I guess we're
On
just
this walk, can I know Ward just like vanished. I'm assuming I can still
Yeah.
see them. Cool. Well, I will just very quickly kind of squeeze Tennant's hand and let it go to go kind of step beside her. And I think
Immediate alarm.
walking I think we'll kind of like walk in silence next to her for probably like a minute or two, and then just like voice very low, like being very cautious to not speak too loudly to alert any attention if anyone were here. I'm just gonna say, look, I may not agree with you or particularly like you, but we are in this together and I am with you. So, and I'm just gonna hold out a hand and like stop like a hair's breadth away from her arm and like very clearly wait for them to kind of like give me some signal that it is okay for me to touch them in this moment.
They nod.
I put a hand on her shoulder and I cast Death Ward.
seeing if she recognizes.
Sure.
Yeah. 25 Arcana, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Not for the comment about you not liking me, but for the spell.
I figured. Well, good luck.
You as well.
Thanks. And I will fall back in the step next to Tennant and take his hand.
What's the game plan, folks? You can see kind of off in the distance, there's this big stone arch. And it leads into another kind of collection of small, like, huts and homes. However, this one is different than the other one, as there is a river kind of flowing through it. The river is full of, like, water that is almost like crystalline blue and glowing very dimly.
I think we're probably following Ward's lead right now because Ward's the one who knows, and I think it's probably just like we're looking out for danger. But
I mean, are we
Ward's
like walking in? Are we sneaking in?
I
Are we
think
disguising
sneaking.
ourselves? Right? Like, what's
Yeah,
the...
I think
Yeah.
Tennant kind of pauses the group as we kind of approach this like gateway and kind of looks particularly at Reva and Ruby and are like, you two have met these people before. You need to be disguised.
Right. We'll kind of pull her hood down, and I'll cast Disguise Self to just look like a random fish lady.
Tell me more about that. You don't get to say that and
There's
not tell me about what you look like.
Scales, general,
I got a
you
Pinterest
know,
board full of fish
little
people.
fins.
Tell me more.
Wait, where's the Pinterest board?
Oh, I mean, I meant like.
Oh, I thought you had one.
Do you
Okay.
want me to pick one for you?
Yeah, sure. Surprise
I
me.
can pick a fish lady for you.
Yeah, you tell me, DM.
I feel like this is what. Yeah. This is what Ruby would pick. Here you go. I'm putting it in the chat.
Oh my god. Yeah, correct.
Wanting.
Holy shit.
wow.
Yeah,
My
sure.
God.
Why
God.
not?
So
The
describe
people at
that
home
for
who
the
can't
audience.
see. That is just that's a fish person with just like a face that it kind of this is a fish, but like there are legs coming out of like the middle of it, and it is able to like stand upright with two little arms coming out of the front, where there should be fins on the side. Wow, I think that it's like this fish is like it has black scales, but like kind of with little like tinges of like iridescent color, very similar to like the sort of like oil slick like little bits of color that you would see on like a crow or a raven. And I think it has like these red eyes that are peering out from this face, which sure is something. Thank you for picking that for me, Reed. That is 10 times better than anything I could have ever come up with on my own.
Truly horrifying.
That's great. I think it is very like it's a very quick transformation because I like she's not waiting for permission, so everybody just kind of blinks and there's a fish lady.
Oh.
That suits you.
Wow, thank you. That's really reassuring.
I think following Ruby's lead, I've got the hat of disguise that we took over.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to also cast Disguise Self. And I want to look like Captain Fleepool.
Captain Fleepool.
Captain
You got it.
Captain Fleepool. Absolutely, you can look like Captain Fleepool.
Okay, great. And I transform into this form. And then I think in a really kind of disconcerting way with one of my bulging eyes, I give like I give Rodella a wink from one fish eye.
Oh my god. Cordell looks at it. Yep. That's my wife. All right.
I should
Ruby does like a
probably,
frog blink.
Oh god, completely. This has nothing to do with how disconcerting this is. I should probably split off at this point. No.
Yeah, get in position. Keep an eye on us.
Okay.
I think we should still stealth as much as possible, but great disguises.
Okay.
I cannot look at you.
Whilst they're having that weird fish flirting moment, I will just kind of like take Rose by the wrists and kind of like drop my forehead to hers and just say, "No,
What's wrong?
ugh, fish slime just landed on me." Hey, this is
Hey.
We're not three angry, fucked up people in a death competition anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a little bit fucked up, and there's still
Yeah,
the
we're-
two of us. But
6 fucked up angry people in a god competition.
there's a better odds, I think.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
You can tell he's
Mhm.
convincing himself as much as he's trying to convince you.
Yeah. You be careful. Yeah?
Yeah.
You know, I'm really sneaky. I could probably just come with you because I'm so good at hiding and not attracting attention. Such. No, you're right. Yeah.
The guns are really loud. They go off in your ear, but like it hurt. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And I love you so much, but you'll probably be safer away from me.
I love you so much, and I don't think that would ever be true.
And then he kisses her, probably in a way too intimate way for in front of her family. But oh well. And do I have to roll stealth again?
Yeah, I'll have everybody roll stuff again, yeah.
Okay.
I will just, while we're hugging, I'm going to give you a bardic inspiration as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Great.
I think as Tennant kind of disappears, Rodella steps up beside Rose and reaches out and grabs her hand.
Yeah, I think when you grab her hand, you can feel like their hands are shaking now. Like, she looks 10 times worse now.
Yeah. I think Rodella recognizes and has recognized what's going on, especially since Rodella was one of the ones who helped with their nightmares.
Yeah.
And so, just squeezes your hand, and it's very, very sturdy.
Yeah. I think Rose is, gripping onto your hand like it's the only thing that's keeping her here right now.
Sorry I keep making you guys go underground.
Stop it! Get a job!
It's fine. Fine, dude.
I don't know, it's spooky down here.
I
Is
know,
Rose going
that's the
with
problem!
Tennant, by the way?
Pardon?
Thought that I'm disguised, so I'm
Okay,
was
fine.
sticking with the rest of the.
Cool. I
I just used a spell slot, but I can go
Yeah.
disguise myself and fuck around.
It's fine. I'll just panic by myself then.
Oh no, it's so sad.
No, well now you
Good.
said that. Now I'm coming with you. You fucker.
All I want to do is reassure the both of you, but I'm in fish form, so I'm like, do I? I reach out and Finn.
Yeah, I'll go. I also probably should get into a position at a decent vantage point, so I'll go with Tennant.
Great.
I don't think Tennant expects you to follow him, so you can kind of hear like their breath is coming like really quickly as they
There's
kind of like stalk ahead
Wet
of you.
flip flop noises.
And then they and then they kind of turn around, and even though he just saw you like 3 seconds ago, they kind of go turn around and go. Stop helping.
You suggested this.
You can't stealth as a fish.
Yes, I can. It's fine. This is all just an illusion anyway. And we'll kind of like reach out and like touch his arm, and like it very much is her hand.
Okay, I think he's still like. I'm sorry, I can't.
It's still me under here. Yeah, it's fine.
Mhm.
You won't even look at me right now.
You're massive, dude. You're a massive fish on 2 legs.
Yes, I'm very well aware of that. It was on purpose, if you hadn't noticed. You look like you're about to throw up, and I can't tell why.
Because I'm. Oh, you can't tell, really?
What, you've never seen a fish before?
You know what? This couldn't get it. This is just more layers to the nightmares I'm gonna have weeks from now. Anyway, don't flap. Don't flip flap like that. It's weird.
I was just doing that to fuck with you, it's fine. I don't have to. And kind of like is walking, but it just goes silent again.
Great. You guys can head in. Everybody make me stealth checks once again with your +10.
Forget +10, yeah.
Oh no. +10 though.
But
It's not great, but
32.
35.
35, 17,
24.
24.
hold on. So many. Oh no, I just lost my count. Hold on. $43.
What the
Holy
fuck?
shit. That's
I
my
rolled an
husband.
18 plus a 15 plus
Ward
10.
got a 34. You guys start sneaking. Some of you through the gate, some of you through a side entrance. However, the first thing that you all notice is that there is no activity. People are not hustling and bustling around like they were in the last place that you were. There are no lights on in any homes. This place is empty.
How long is this walk? Like, how big is this space? From where we split up to where we're continuing.
Oh, like you guys were maybe like 500 feet away from like the big archway. You've walked the 500 feet. Maybe you've walked another 500 feet. And you're kind of in the center. There's like this nice little fountain spouting water that kind of travels through the multiple rivers that are connected to this place. And there's just no one.
I hate to use the spell slot, but I'm worried about taking 10 minutes, so can I cast Detect Magic?
Sure.
I do. Okay.
But I'll let you know if that changes.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Could I ask Ward to give me... I know there was that spell or that power that allowed for translation to speak with Kuotoa into another language.
To speak Undercommon, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
I would like...
You walk up to Ward.
And I think in the form... I can't... This is just wild to me that I'm in fully pool form. Or in disguise, like... Do you mind casting that spell that allowed me to speak with the Kuotoa in case I suspect?
I'm here.
We-
I'm just hot.
Ward just wanders off. I just
Do you
follow
mind?
again.
I do mind. Sure.
In case we encounter any
Yeah.
Kuatoa.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Puts a hand on your fish shoulder. You should be good.
I say thank you in, what is it? Was that
Undercommon.
Undercommon? In Undercommon.
It sounds like...
Ooh.
But yeah. You can see that there is like one, I believe it's called a tributary. Using my geography terms. There is one
It was a good one.
tributary that appears to be a little bit thicker than the rest of them. And kind of heads off, continuing in this westward direction.
Can I ask a question? Geography nerding for a moment.
Yes.
Does this tributary flow into the lake or away from the lake?
Well, you haven't yet seen the lake.
Oh, but is this
It's
tributary like flowing
away from you.
away from us? Okay.
Yes.
In observation, are there any stalactites that might look loose hanging near the tributary, or any stalactites that are loose or wobbly looking that are
I would say it's probably hard to tell the sturdiness of the stalactites as the ceiling is miles above your head.
miles above? Okay. Got it. No big gargantuan ones
No.
like in the town earlier. Okay.
Sorry, continue.
Who were you telling to continue? Because no one was talking.
Oh, I thought Bree was still talking.
I was waiting for you. I was like, okay, bye.
I was
Yeah.
just gonna say, I'm gonna use my eye to see invisibility.
Sure. You cast the invisibility.
Yeah, and I can also see into the ethereal plane.
And there are no invisible creatures and nothing in the ethereal plane.
Okay.
You
Is there-
you are technically, the Underdark is technically like a different plane, so to speak. So you can't see into the ethereal plane because you're not on the material plane. However, there are no invisible creatures.
Okay.
God.
Interesting.
In terms of infrastructure, are there any ways to like quickly dam up this tributary? Like, is there a sluice gate? Is there any type of like buildings, bridges, anything that is like crossing this area, or is it just sort of
It's just free
flowing water? Okay.
This lasts for an hour, so just let me know if that changes.
I will.
As we're kind of exploring this area and walking through, I think Rose starts to get this, like, feeling, like, in the back of her head or, like, creeping up the back of their neck that was very similar to being in the ant farm and feeling, like, hunted, almost. And I think doing what seems to them like the only thing that she can do in this moment, I'm going to, in my head, to say it's a prayer feels incorrect for someone like Rose, but it technically is what they're doing. And just say to Zirian, I don't know if you can hear this. I don't know how this works, but a couple days ago, you told me if we helped Ward, that you would do everything in your power to protect us. And while I understand that conversation did not end, indicating that we would take you up on your offer, I would hope that you will keep your end of that particular bargain. Just try to push it into whatever fucking plane or space or whatever. I say as if I don't know where Zarian is. Who could say?
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Okay. That's okay, because I can't roll below a 10. So that is a 25.
Okay. Noted. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you all continue further into this town?
I think I do, but before leaving, can I toss a coin into the tributary?
Into the fountain? Or into the tributary?
Into the river, like the
Sure.
tributary
Yeah.
into the lake.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And like, as it sinks down, can I see it like sinking? And does it disappear or does it hit the bottom?
Just hits the bottom.
hits the bottom, does it continue to flow? Sorry, I'm
Like-
trying to get at something
Like,
here.
does it move with the water?
I want to know like how strong the current is
Not very.
and how deep it
just
is.
kind
It's not
of
very. It's very
sinks to the
gentle.
bottom. Yeah, and you can see the
Okay.
bottom.
Okay. There's no like seaweed or any, or not seaweed, but there's nothing that is.
No.
Okay.
Okay. You all keep walking. As you head, the river that you're following becomes like thicker. And it opens up. And you can see off in the distance, maybe a couple 100 feet away, this gigantic lake that, Rose, you've seen before. And surrounding the lake on the shoreline, you see just a collection of fish people who are all sitting in absolute silence and just all staring in the direction that you all are coming from.
Can I do some kind of perception check or whatever to see, like, are these, like, city folk? Are they just citizens? Are they, like, armed? Are they armored?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Um... 27.
Sure. So a very diverse bunch. Some of them are armed, some of them are armored, but not in an aggressive way, not like holding their weapons like up in front of themselves, just in the sense that we live in a fantasy world, and if you get a collection of people together, some of them are going to have armor, some of them are going to have weapons. You see all sorts of people. You see families sitting together. You see small little fish guys who are being like held in their mother's arms or on their father's shoulders. You see old fish, young fish, red fish, blue fish. I'm sorry. You see all sorts of people who are not looking with aggression or assertiveness. They're looking with mostly excitement and awe and anticipation.
Tenant.
Tennant and Ruby, you do still feel hidden.
Yeah.
But Ward, Rose, Captain Fleeplool, and Rodella, they're all staring right at you.
I think Tenant kind of, in their earpiece, just says, "These are just civilians. We need to find a way through them, but the easier and less violent way we can do that, the better. I don't want to." You know what I mean? And then it just hangs up.
I will say there is an opening, right? They're not like completely encompassing the lake.
Okay.
Like there is
Okay.
a distinct opening, as if, and they're all looking in one direction, as if the opening is for you.
Yeah, okay. Fine. I thought they were like... Yeah,
They're all
okay.
almost like they're like at a hockey rink.
I see.
They're like sitting and waiting.
I think I want to like whisper to Ward.
Ward has an earring.
Oh, okay, then I forgot. How comfortable do you feel with being the center of attention?
I mean, I'll do it if I have to.
Do you think we can get them to believe that you're their prophet?
Sure. We can try.
Will you
Can I hop into this conversation very
Yeah,
quickly?
you can hop into the conference call.
And just great, thank you. As a reminder, in my bag, I do have the crown. Making eye contact with Reva here. So, if someone else would like to be the center of attention and is more comfortable, perhaps drawing that attention, I can give it to them. Or do so myself, whatever we're more comfortable with.
Are you comfortable with me taking this crown again?
Reva, I don't think I've ever been able to tell you no. And I don't imagine that will start today. But,
I'll try.
looking at you and very clearly, saying this lightly, lightheartedly.
I think I give you a weird little fish wink again. And I say, thank you.
You might have to be yourself, though.
Were we trying to avoid belief? War?
Yeah.
Is there another way we can approach this?
I think if I'm able to draw their attention and keep them focused on me, or at least Captain Fleetpool and the false crown, maybe we can buy enough time for Ward to do what needs to be done.
Right.
Shall we, put on a show then?
I think if it's okay, I'm gonna... Oh, this is nuts. Okay. I think the last sign-off is let's give them a show.
Okay.
And I want to do a quick glance with our enhanced dark vision. Is there the real Captain Fleetpool in this crowd?
Make me a luck check, Bree. Just a flat d20.
You know what? Lucky ducks, right? Lucky ducks. Oh god. Oh, the dice say 5.
Yes. The real Captain Fleetpool is in this crowd. In fact, is in the front row in the center.
Well, shit.
What do you think are the odds he'll believe he has a long-lost brother? What do we...
Could be fun. Could be me. Pool flea.
Okay. Do we just go for it, gang? This is me as a player. I guess we just have to roll
I got
with
an
the
itchy trigger finger. Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Yeah. Then I will kind of looking across at you, I will make a very big show of reaching into my bag and pulling this crown out and presenting it to you in a very formal way.
There are whispers among the crowd that was before just silent.
I think in a dramatic performance, I think Reva Crowcolt is going to continue with the Fleetpool sort of performance and sort of bows deeply, reaches out with their arm, or their
farm
reaches out
fish arm
for the crown in a very the false crown in a very deferential way. They pick it up, and I think very deliberately I want to walk away from Ward, from Rose, from Ardella. I want to draw all of their attention to me. I want to be holding the crown aloft.
Make a performance check. I need everybody in the chat to know it's Fleetpool. It's TH Plool. Wait, let me type this. Flea Plool.
You got it.
THLEEPLOOL. Flea.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Do this
Stick the
yourself.
landing.
I was gonna say, you made this up.
Flea Plool. No, you're good. It's hard. It's hard to hear. So it's not your bad at all. It's my bad for making such a stupid name.
Could I make an argument for persuasion in this moment?
No.
No, it's
And I also, can we say I was giving the help action because I
Yes.
did.
okay.
You can do it with
Very
advantage.
cool.
Okay.
No, this is a performance with all the love in my heart.
Inspiring a crowd of townsfolk is under persuasion. Okay, the help action. Oh, goodness gracious. You know what?
You got it.
Different dice. Fell out of my tray. That's okay. Okay, so that's gonna be a no, it's a 21.
Okay. You hold
Okay.
the crown aloft, and what do you do?
I think oh goodness. I think I announce loudly
In
and I sort of in undercommon. Make way. Our time has come. Join me. Close your eyes. Supplicate yourselves and pray.
First of all, there are cheers at the crown. Like, woo! Like, I'm telling you, these fish people go crazy. They're so excited. That's thing number one. Thing number two, Captain Flea Plool is not clapping. And looks at you, Reva, with a very confused face. Where you get the sense that he knows that you're not him. And kind of starts like pointing out to the person next to him and going, and like starting in the front row in the center, there are these whispers that are spreading throughout the crowd very slowly. But most of the crowd, they are fucking jazzed. They do not close their eyes and pray with you, though. They're just excited.
Okay. I want to slowly enter the water, and I think, is there any way for me to like gesture like how do we know? Sorry, this is me being a little bit like, do we know how long this ritual has to take time, right? Like,
For
can
Ward,
Ward?
Yeah,
Ward needs a minute.
1 minute.
he waits 1 minute. Okay. Then I am going to slowly enter the water, holding the crown aloft. And do I see these sort of murmurs sort of sparking the crowd? I want to pause for a moment, and I want to, in a grandiose display, sort of like start shouting, just, oh my god, what are these sounds? I remember learning this language, just like that,
Yeah.
and like sort of in a, almost sort of like a theatrical, sort of almost like an evangelical preacher, I sort of like start reaching to the skies and then bowing down below, and I try to like capture everyone's attention. Our God has spoken to me. There is a false usurper, a thief, a liar amongst us. And then I want to like very theatrically sort of like shake up to the sky and then gesture to Captain Fleapool. And in this moment, I know we've talked about like tiefling eyes glowing, but is there any way to like let a little like to have my disguised self eyes sort of glow a little bit?
You got thaumaturgy, yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. I think I want to very sort of like paint these false like sort of my eyes and have them glow. And I want to gesture with my arm, thin arm, and say, "There's a liar amongst us. Take him."
Make
And I wanna
me a persuasion
gesture.
check with disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Okay, great.
You are trying to convince this crowd that a well-trusted individual among them is a liar. And that you are the real
Fleetpool. I will say I am a master of intrigue, and I can unerringly mimic the speech patterns and accent of a creature
you
that I've
sound
heard.
just like
him.
Fleetpool. With a spitting image.
Okay. Ward is definitely doing the ritual right now, right? Am I buying enough time?
So, just as a reminder, Ward has to hold the crown in the waters. The waters that
Okay.
you're currently standing in.
Great. Okay.
Ward is not. Ward is not moved. Ward is standing near Rosa Bordella and just kind of watching you.
Can I just be like, hurry?
Yeah, do you want to try and say something in the ear?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, get moving, like, find a spot to hide. Like, I've got all of their attention right now.
There is really no, like, it's just like a lake that they're all standing
Okay.
in, right? Like, there's really no place for her to hide.
Okay, well, that's terrible.
Basically, you need to get out of the water and get away from the lake.
Well, if we, Reed, how
Get
big is
everybody
this
at the
fucking
lake.
crowd? How insane is this
party.
crowd right now?
Like hundreds of fish.
Dana looks at you and goes, do you want to do get help?
Fuck off! How far away? 1 minute. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking.
What's your
yeah,
persuasion with disadvantage, Reba?
Well, my persuasion with disadvantage is an 18.
Okay, that's not terrible. And these fish people are not the brightest fish in the pond.
The Kuatoa. Oh, man.
Okay, Captain Fleetpool kind of looks. You've got about half the crowd booing at him.
Great, half is perfect.
But you get the sense that because he was the one who, like, said something to a lot of people first, they're like, what are you talking about? And Captain Fleetpool kind of steps up and looks at you. Who are you? You come here with your lies and your deceit. Who are you really? To the rest of you, this is... If you are so confident that I am the deceiver, fine. We shall get a mage to come and cast a spell magic on both of us. Would that make you comfortable?
Bring the mage, but let there be proper ceremony met. I am Captain Fleetpool,
You are not.
captain of Prop the 6th Ulfpoor and Ulpool. I am the captain of my people. I am the deliverer of the great prophetess.
And where is this prophetess, O great captain?
She is with our new god.
Our new god.
The one who has risen from the depths. The one that we have been waiting for. All of these long years, it is our time.
Well, shall we get the mage then?
Let's.
Okay.
I think Rodella goes in the earpiece and just goes, "Get out of the water."
Great. The real Captain Fleepool looks over at the rest of the crowd and goes, Blooplee, and kind of calls into the crowd. And you see this goldfish type looking dude with like the head of a goldfish and like legs that look like they belong to a goldfish. The staff that is kind of woven with these same fins that this individual has, eyes on either side of their head. Blooplee, the mage, steps out of the crowd.
As this has been happening, can I have gotten like further and further away from Ward, like drawing their attention? So it's like circle this lake.
So, yeah, where? Where?
What I'm sort of assuming is this is a large lake, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know that there was like the river that was like flowing into
Let me
it.
draw a little diagram.
Okay.
Okay. This is what we've got going on, okay?
Okay,
so this was
beautiful.
the river, here's the lake, this is where you're standing, here's all of the people.
Okay.
It gets the job
we've
done.
approached-
It's not art, but it gets the job done.
Got it.
Really quickly, can I ask like length, like feet-wise, distance-wise, about how far? I just want to. I'm trying to stay within 60 feet. Of
Yeah, you're like
Rita,
there.
if that's doable. Is that within 60 feet of Rita?
Yeah, it's about 60
Okay.
feet.
Slay. I just want it on the record. I am staying in 60 feet.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. My plan here is just to draw as many people of away as possible in order to give Ward time. Do all of these Kuatoa need to be out of the water for this ritual
They're not
to
in
happen?
the water, they're on the edge.
Oh, they're on the edge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like
Okay.
this is where the water ends, right? And the people are standing around like on the shore of the lake. They're
Okay,
not
got
in the
it.
water. You are the only one in the water right now.
Oh, got it. Okay.
This
Then
reminds
I
me
think-
of the one time that I drew a treasure map on a pizza box.
Then I think what I want to do is clocking that Rose is within 60 feet. I want to very slowly like get out of the lake and move along the lakeside.
Which way?
The long-
Where you're going over
I'm
here?
gonna get- Let's go on the left side. No, let's see. So such that Rose doesn't have to cross the river
So over here.
on the left side, yeah. And slowly sort of like make my way across.
Okay. Great. So over there.
Yes.
Okay, great. Blooplee the mage and the real Captain Fleepool will come and join you and stand over there.
Is it clear to those of us who can't understand that the body language here is like hostile?
Make an insight check.
I would love to do that for you.
I'm gonna do that too.
Yeah, anyone who wants
Yeah,
to
I'm a
make an
little-
insight
What's
check.
a nat 20?
And-
29.
29. Not 20 for a total of Jess.
Oh.
You just like
I got
to-
an 18.
you just like
With a
to
nat
know.
20, can I get something? So a 24.
24, okay.
Can I kind of get some insight into like? Is the crowd kind of enough? What am I trying to ask? Would a
Can I
second-
give you information and then you ask your question after I give you the information?
Sure.
Because
Okay.
I might answer your question. Okay.
Okay.
So, Ruby, you pick up that there is some confusion amongst the crowd. I think that's kind of the vibe you get, is these people are confused. Tennant and Rose, both of you can get that there are some people in the crowd who are like on Riva's side, right? When Riva's saying things, they're like nodding along, like, yeah, absolutely, 100%, we're with you. And the other half of the people are not on Riva's side, and in fact, probably on the side of this other fish who looks identical to Riva right now. A lot of confusion coming from that side, but they're very much not believing the things that Riva is saying. Tennant, you can understand as well that this additional like goldfish looking type person has been called down to try and settle whatever dispute is happening.
Okay.
What questions do you have?
I was gonna ask, does Tennant think from this kind of from what they're picking up, like a second distraction would help or hinder?
A second distraction? Probably help.
I mean, I kick Ruby in one of her like floppy little fins, and I'm like, you're the only other fish person right now that we have. You need to do something.
No, Ten. I wasn't supposed to.
Don't-
Oh my!
come
What
on,
am I supposed to
can-
do? What do I do? I can't speak the language, Ten.
It's fine. Just maybe I'll set your tail on fire and you can just run around and scream.
This is and like kind of swipes her hand. This is not a real tail. It's illusory.
Then
I can make it easy.
down the hill.
Please don't. I can try to give them a little bit of cover while your mom's doing our mom is doing whatever the fuck she's doing.
Maybe I could thaumaturgy some like. No, never mind.
Just shut the fuck up. And can I try to? I'm gonna cast fog cloud, and can I try to like angle it so it kind of comes down into the? I want to like make it kind of look like this is just a little bit of like naturally occurring, just like mist rising off of the water.
Yeah.
And try to start like very
covering part of the lake.
I sure as shit am. I'm on it's at the like right as close to our friends as possible, kind of just start sending it down. So I want it to look very natural, but like anyone who's really close, like the waters, Reva's probably the only one who can feel it. Like it kind of starts to heat up with a little bit of infernal energy and a little bit of like steam and mist starts to rise off. And
I love that.
fog
Absolutely.
cloud. Thank you. With a 20-foot radius sphere of fog.
So Reva's walked over here. Are you trying to cover the area that she was in?
I am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That would give cover for Ward, right?
Yes.
Correct.
I'm trying to do
Great.
this in a way that gives cover for Ward. If I need to make it bigger, I can upcast it. Let me know.
Maybe we won't even do combat because this sparks so much joy for me. And honestly, I kind of want it to work. So like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that.
Cool. Fog cloud. And I just turned to Tennant and I'm like, see, isn't that... There's always a more elegant solution.
I wanted to say on fire.
You can do that at home.
Oh.
I think Rodella immediately, as soon as there's like some cover, steps into the water and holds a hand out for Ward.
Yeah, Ward will, like, you know the way as like you're trying to very slowly move so that you're not making any sudden movements, and so that if somebody were to look at you, you don't really look like you've moved at all. You're just like inching forward bit by bit, trying to pick the moments that the least amount of eyes are on her to take another step. Is not moving fast by any means, but is inching forward bit by bit. Riva?
I think very theatrically still. I'm holding the crown aloft and sort of like slowly making my way around the shore of the lake. And I keep on going, and I want to make sure that
I'm so glad I drew this map. So like
Yeah.
on the outside
Into the
of the
crowd.
crowd, or like into
Yes.
the crowd?
like I'm like sort of the outside of the crowd. I sort of it's sorry, this analogy is kind of weird, but like you know how when sheepdogs sort of like corral a flock?
Uh-huh.
Like,
you and
I
the
want
fucking
to-
herding dogs, Bree.
I got really
Yeah,
into a very
agreed.
specific corner of TikTok, okay?
I love
And then I had to delete the app because this is all I was doing. But like I want to like gather all of their attention and try to like gather the people who believe in me and the people who don't believe in me, like to come behind me. Like
Okay.
I want them all focused and
So
to draw all their
you're
attention.
starting to walk over here.
Yes.
Okay, great. How are you trying to get people to move? Are you saying anything? Are you just with your eyes? Like what are you doing?
I'm basically, it's just so nervy, but I'm staring up at the crown and not breaking eye contact with it, and I want to keep my infernal eyes glowing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, my attention is all to the crown, so it almost looks like when someone is carrying, like, multiple glasses of water and they don't want it to spill. There's very much so the sort of, like, this is the most important thing, and, like, let me get to the other side. Let's follow this thing with the intention that I want to like set it down and take care of things.
Okay. Somebody carrying something like this does not say to me, come gather around, right? However,
Okay.
I will say the people who are on like this side of the crowd start to move kind of up here so that they can get a better view of what's happening. Right, because you've put them in a situation where they're very far away. So I'm gonna cross out the amount of crowd that's kind of moved.
Okay.
You've got like that amount of people have kind of moved over this way so that they can see what's happening. Yes, James.
Can I also be trying to like very like calmly, unhurriedly, unbothered, like keep pace with Reba? So I want to make sure that if I can, I'm still in 60 feet. I'm okay getting closer if I need to, and I'm specifically trying to make sure that Reba and those two who looked hostile to Reba that she was arguing with are in my eyesight.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You can stay a little bit far back, but still within 60 feet. Yeah.
Can Tennant and kind of like Beck and Ruby as well stay on the side where like if we were trying to draw attention, we would be in the direction of Reba and not in the direction of Ward.
So
keeping their...
Where?
So
let me know.
on the left side of the
Like
page.
here?
Yeah.
Sure.
Or like here?
Is there cover over there?
Yeah. You guys are in cover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds good to me.
I'm gonna draw a
Put
smiley
us in that
face.
margin.
Yeah, a little smiley face on the margin. That can be you guys.
Excellent.
Because we're super happy.
Okay.
We're so
So
happy
true.
to be.
All right, Reba. Now what? I'm following your lead.
Okay. I would like. I'm like, can I take 30 feet of methodical movement
Sure.
to take like a round's worth of time, sort of slowly, like holding this crown aloft, and like bringing the real flea pool and this mage like with me.
So like this way?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And with a little bit of, I think with my, I don't know if it's deception or stealth, I want to pass a message along to, I think, Rose to say, like, I want to share the message that they're going to try to cast distill magic on my disguised self, and I'm going to do my best to buy time.
Yeah, you can just
I-
think it. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I will
That's what I
then
do.
send that message back internally. For what it's worth, I can counter that magic if you want to make a big show about being protected by your god.
Great.
The reason
Let's
I'm
see
staying
if we
60 feet, brother.
Yes, you.
This-
Let's
Either
see
way,
if we.
I've got you.
This is better
Great.
than anything I could have imagined, actually.
Let's give them a show.
I prepped
So,
for 3
I wanna
hours
see-
Last night I prepped a combat encounter.
Welcome to the Starfares treatment, brother. I'm shaking your hand.
Hey, tell me, Brie, what's going on?
I think I want to take a moment to see if there's some type of like an altar area or some type of area that's like a stage or like a clearing or something like this that I can sort of like
Definitely
take
a
center stage
clearing.
in.
It's not kind of an
Okay.
altar or anything because it's you get the sense that like the settlement kind of continues, right? So like I wish that I was like a visual person, I wish that I wasn't a visual person so I could like describe things. Okay. So, give me 1 second. So this is kind of what the settlement looks like, right? The lake is in the center.
Okay.
You guys came from down here, right?
Right.
And there's homes here and homes here and homes here and homes here, right? And so, like, this is the central point of the civilization. It's just the lake.
Okay.
There's not
Got it.
really much else. But, like, you can kind of head off in this direction into kind of, like, the emptiness.
Got it. Like, in a weird way, I want to take, like, the sort of, like, the head of the lake, the complete opposite side of the tributary.
Uh-huh.
So, like, I can see the sort of fog cloud that's happening, so I have an
Sure.
idea of,
So
like,
you're
time.
kind-
Yeah.
You're kind
Yeah.
of
I'm, like, all the way
up-
on the other side
up
now, yeah.
here now.
You're right.
Yeah. Okay. So great. So you've kind of moved up this way, which means that now, if everybody has turned their back to the lake to look at you.
Great. So I think I want to use the thaumaturgy to enhance the sound of my the sound of my voice. And I say, please bring me a pedestal or a place where I may set down our holy crown, such that our God can watch us throw down the usurper.
Sure. Yeah. I think a couple of fish will kind of like wheel out like a little table.
Great. So they wheel out this table, and I want to very, like, dramatically go down to my knees and settle it down.
Sure. Absolutely.
Right.
Will
that buy me another 6 seconds?
Oh yeah. Ward,
Okay, great.
Ward at this point has walked fully into the fog cloud.
Okay,
And
cool.
is beginning
Just say, get in the water, bitch!
is beginning to take
I'm staring at Ruby like, what the fuck is going on?
And just leans in and goes,
I cannot overstate how much you hear.
This is like one of Nadette's plays. What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't know why she picked the one guy that we also had seen before. We met that guy on our boat like several days ago, and that was the one that she picked to look like.
You're shitting me.
I'm not. I took his coat.
Why would she do that?
I don't know because she's mad.
Oh my god.
So Warren at this point is very gingerly opening the bag, unzipping the bag, and taking the crown out, and immediately submerges it in the water, closes her eyes, and begins to focus. Riva. Captain Fleepool looks at you, looks back at everybody. Please. You all know. The crown was not supposed to return with one of us. The crown was supposed to return on the head of a mother. You've all read the prophecy. You know the tale. Don't listen to these lies. Blooply, dispel magic. And Blooply. This is so hard to be serious with the stupid names.
You got it. You're doing it.
You got this.
Blooply kind of rubs their hands together, puts a hand on your shoulder, Riva, and a hand on Captain Fleepool's shoulder.
I think as this is happening, without tearing my eyes away from the crown, I put my farm on Blooply. And I very loudly proclaim, let our God show what is truth, and let them smite this liar. Let them show us the way. Join me in prayer. Our time, it has come.
I look at Ruby again. Do you understand what she's saying?
Not a fucking word.
Wow. Fuck.
Blooply
truly
casts
nothing.
dispel magic.
The fun thing about that is he doesn't, because I use my reaction to counterspell, and I'm using a sorcery point to subtle spell, so I use
Great.
any components. I'm going
Great.
to cast that at 3rd level. There's a part 2 to this if that works.
That's fine. That works.
Slay. Here's the thing. So we're like not an initiative. It's like hypothetically, could I cast a spell at the same time that it costs like a second later that would take an action? Hypothetically speaking,
Yeah.
if I wanted to do something just like a little silly that I've always wanted to do in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes, you absolutely can. Tell me about it.
Can I did double check the range. So hear me out. I'm counterspelling this, and can I like so subtly almost repurpose like that magic and reshape it? And again, using another sorcery point to subtle spell, try to polymorph Captain Fleetwood into a frog. Just a little toad. Please.
Yeah, you can absolutely try to do that. What's your save?
Why did I write two different ones on here? I believe it's a wisdom save DC 18.
All right.
I don't know why I have 20
All
on
right.
here.
Here I go. I'm rolling the die. That's a 6.
So you know, like the little rainforest cafe mascot frog, like the little tiny tree frogs with the like little red feet and the he's so tiny.
You all
and
watch
he's that for an hour.
For an hour. You all watch as Captain Fleetpool confusedly looks at Blueplay and then into a tiny little frog.
Tana, I think you feel like the line of communication open in the earring, and I don't say anything, but it's just very clearly as much of a as I can muster to you right now.
Very
Ruby's like,
quietly,
was
under his
that
breath.
mom or was that the other one?
No, that's my wife.
Why was the frog? How'd she get up?
What? Oh, roasted that.
It's Ward, very focused. Rodella, make me a perception check.
Okay.
You can see her hands quite literally start shaking a little bit, as it almost looks like the crown is fighting against her to try and get itself out of the water, but she is so like focused and zeroed in on this that she's so determined to keep this thing under the water, but like her hands start shaking, her arms start shaking, and like she's fighting a war right now. You can also see there's like strain on her face, almost like she's trying to what's the word? Block out something that's going on in her brain right now. And from what you know about the crown, you're sure that it is doing its best to save its life, and she is just not giving it the time of day.
Okay.
It's been 2 rounds, 12 seconds. Are you doing anything to help, Rodella?
I mean, will me casting spells or anything like disrupt what she's doing? Like if I were to cast something like Aura of Vitality,
No, I wouldn't.
or
And you're
yeah,
you're everyone's back is to you, and you're in a fog cloud, so no one would see it.
okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna cast Aura of Vitality.
What does that do?
I mean, it's just healing, but or okay, I might actually cast Bless.
Sure.
The target can roll a d4 and add another roll to the...
No, that's great.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna cast...
What does this look?
cast
How do you do
Bless.
this? What does this look like?
So I think while they're sitting in the water, Rodella just kind of like has been kind of glancing over her shoulder because she's facing the crowd, but she's been glancing over her shoulder every once in a while, and then she catches this happening with Ward, and she just kind of like reaches a hand behind her back, and there's just this kind of warm golden glow that seeps and kind of drips down into the water and kind of pools out until it surrounds Ward. And she's trying to keep it dim and just lets it keep dripping into the water.
Great.
But otherwise she's trying to keep an eye on the crowd. And I think at one point she looks back, and I know that Ward's probably not paying attention, but she gives an encouraging look.
There's
and also
like,
kind
you
of
can
a
see
sad look.
there's less tension in the eyebrows. It's just a tiny little curl of a smile on her face. It's working.
Yeah.
Riva. Captain Fleetpool is a frog. Blooply looks so confused. The crowd starts also murmuring. Chaos. What are you doing?
I think without looking, I sort of take center stage. And I hold the crown aloft. Please, my family, listen. A prophecy states that the crown would be brought here by a mother. Too often, we see, as children, our mothers as perfect, as bringers of safety, of warmth, and deliverance. And as I begin this sermon, do I get another round? Can I use up 6 seconds? Great. But it is also important for us to know the mothers are not perfect. That it is the way of life for us all to do our best for our children, but also to teach them our own failures. And is by teaching and passing on this wisdom, we grow. We learn. We move forward.
Riva. Let me tell you something about Kuatoa. When a Kuatoa believes in something, it is enough to make that thing true. And you have convinced enough of this crowd to believe in you and your power that you can feel your strength return. Your strength is back to 8. You regain all 40 of your hit points. As enough of these Kuatoa listen so adamantly and believe so much in what you are saying that it quite literally fixes the harm that Ithios has caused to you. And if you were to reach up to your own head, to the cracks around your horns, they are no longer there. Ward, hands shaking, body shaking. Redelia, you can see her physically getting weaker as she gives up bits and pieces of her own vitality to this destruction. And if there wasn't a fog cloud dampening the light, you would be able to see this magical destruction occurring under the waves, but there isn't. And so all you see is the bits and pieces of the crown breaking off into smaller pieces. Ward scoops the ruby that was at the center of it from the water, looks at it and holds it in her hand, and looks up at you. It's done.
I think Rodella, like, fully turns away from the crowd and, like, kneels down in the water across from Ward and stares at this ruby and just, like, can't quite believe that was it. But also, it's Riva. And, you know, that just makes sense. And so I think Rodella just kind of, like, sits across from, like, leans across from Ward and kind of reaches out and holds Ward's hands and just says, I don't know what exactly you gave up for this, but I am incredibly grateful for the person that you've chosen to become.
She gives
and
you
the life that you're living.
She gives you a sad, tearful smile and just throws her arms around you. She feels smaller, frailer. Almost like all of her hit points are no longer there. Almost like all of the magical power she had are just no longer there. She is level 1. And she looks exhausted.
Yeah, I think Rodella holds her. And will she let Rodella take the ruby from her hand? So Rodella's going to take the ruby and put it in her pocket. And just hold her. And
she just sobs. Like a relief, right? Sobs of relief, not of sadness. Just like, oh my god, fucking finally. Hey, Riva. Rose. Ruby, Tennant. What you doing?
Bessie, I wish I knew.
Watching this so confused, trying so hard to decipher the Animal Crossing noises, but just like there's no point. But like,
I think if Tennant can kind of see after like the frog incident and seeing that, okay, we're doing a good job of distraction over here, I think Tennant's attention then focuses over to the fog cloud and has spent the last probably like 30 seconds like walking in that direction, like circling the lake.
Through the call, I want to check in and ask, like, is it done?
yeah.
I can wrap up this sermon. But I'm gonna need help. getting away.
Maybe
Both me and Rose.
attempt to wrap this up in a way that doesn't leave them all emotionally scarred.
I mean, you could take the fake one and just chuck it in the lake. They'll probably go after it. We can just run.
Now, give him some kind of like the power's in your own hands. You know, just
The real god was the friends and
Friends we
family.
made along the way, yeah. Tell them the lucky numbers and let's get the fuck out of here.
This was gonna be so dramatic and so like
I'm
life-threatening.
serious. Remember, if you guys not doing anything to like fight back,
He can't. You have set it up. You have set it up in a way where this god can quite literally not do anything.
Hey, Reed, remember when you were like, guys, this combat might be 2 sessions? I don't know. Get ready.
he can't do anything.
Nope. He was counting on the fact that there would be people believing in it, right?
Oops.
And Reva and Rose have single-handedly undermined everything. And so Ward shoved it underwater, and Reva and Rose have confused the fuck out of all of these Kuatoa to the point where this man literally has no power.
okay. Incredible.
I think
There's
in this
no
form-
other way that I would have wanted this to go.
and sort of I think I start to bring down the crown. And for the first time, I think I lift my eyes up and start looking at the crowd with my glowing eyes. What we need is not what I've learned from our prophecy and from our God and our belief. It is not the crown that has value. It is us, our family. Our God has recognized that we have moved beyond the need for its worship. Its time has come, and is now our time. When I return this crown to the waters, it will shatter and return from whence it came, and we together will move forward. And I think with
Flee,
with my
pull,
like
flee, pull, flee, pull, flee, pull.
can I like telepathically like Tenet Ruby like, can you take a shot and destroy the crown from where you are?
I'm fucking on it, baby.
I'll try.
I want to take this. I honestly take this table, like sort of like a funeral raft, basically, and like. Sorry.
I can't decide if this is better or worse than Super Dylan marrying my BBEG. Like,
You know, why does it have to be a competition? Like, we're all friends here. We're all holding hands.
ugh.
I think like I want to set this crown off on the waters and sort of like push it away so it floats away, and then I want to like look over to Rose and just be like, as soon as we hear that crack, like we need to be out of here.
Yeah, I think
I'll
at
stay
this
back.
point-
I'll zhuzh it up a little.
Okay.
Don't worry.
At this point, Ward and Bradella, I think, are out of the water. At the point that everybody
Right.
turns back around to look at them.
I think Tennant looks at Ruby and kind of like raises an eyebrow, and they both simultaneously like raise
Yeah.
their weapons. I take a shot at this crowd.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my last exploding arrow.
Oh my god. Fuck it, I'm gonna use an exploding bullet. Double
it.
roast.
Do it.
The whole cave collapses.
Bree, you set this table and this crown off into the waters. And
That's a 30.
great,
25.
great. Boom, boom.
Mine hit first.
My explosion was bigger.
As the table and the
Bigger's not always better.
ground explode
Back to Rose.
into small pieces. Rose, how are you shushing it up?
Yeah, as sort of like the initial blast kind of starts to give way to like what would be just a cloud of smoke. I'm gonna use my last sorcery point to subtle spell again, and I'm gonna cast dancing lights out of it. And so like from the smoke kind of comes these little motes of like bluish kind of purple light that almost swirl like water and raise and sort of cast this like dancing shadows
Love it.
around
Love
on
it.
all the people in here. And then I turn to Reba and I go,
Cheers! Eruption of the crowd! They're losing their goddamn fish minds. Captain Cleepool is desperately trying to get anybody to pay attention to him, but he is just a little frog, and nobody
scoop one up?
cares. You can't
Like
scoop
quickly,
him
can I
up.
just scoop up the frog, stash it in my coat pocket, and
Kitty
let's
kidnap.
go?
Sure. Why not?
Oh,
well, I think we hit the nail on the head, team.
Let's fucking leave. I think
I
Ruby
think-
like
yeah, I
nudges
think
Tennant and
Rudella
starts heading
comes
to the
over.
dang it.
I was like, I think Rodella comes over and is like, let's get out of here.
Reva, are you taking the real Captain Fleepool with you?
Yes.
Oh my.
Okay.
Could ransom him. He might be worth something.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Loose
Got a
ends.
crew. He's got a bunch of.
Like,
He's
you
got
want your
family.
profit back?
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Y'all can start booking it out of there. Frog in your pocket. You run. There's so much commotion happening. James, can you get some happy music in here?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll go rooting through my playlists here.
I think as they're running and just like fucking booking it out of there, Rodella just starts laughing hysterically. Like just loses her goddamn mind. Because what the fuck? After all this time and all this like fucking angst of like fucking year, few days or whatever it's been, and just like looks at everyone and like
And then Ward also starts laughing, tears streaming from her face.
only us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a frog in your pocket? Is that the frog that was the captain that you apparently have been impersonating? What were you doing with the frog, Mum?
That
I
only
think we'll
lasts an
figure
hour,
it
by
out.
the way. Just so we're all conscious of the time that's passed until that becomes a man again. Okay.
We just need to take care of. You know what? You just need to get them far as away as possible to buy us as much time as possible.
Yeah.
I hate to kill a frog,
I don't know. He was very rude to me.
frankly.
Okay, wait. What's going on? The frog. We can't just... The frog's gonna go back home and tell all of his little friends that it was being impersonated. Okay,
Well, I mean,
hold on, I have an idea. Mom, give me the hat.
My disguise hat? Or my
No, the
captain's hat?
No, the disguise hat.
Thank God. And I give over that disguise hat.
Okay, I take the frog and I put it on the ground. Well, hold on, no. Where is the frog still in your pocket?
I can take the frog out and hand it to you.
No,
It's probably not very happy.
Until I don't want the frog to see that I'm disguising myself.
Okay. No, I shove the frog back into my pocket.
Okay, I have seen. Oh Is he okay?
No.
Never done that before. I might have fucked up the inside. Sorry.
Okay, Tennant has seen when Nadet created a minor illusion of Ithios before.
Hmm.
So Tennant's gonna like tell everyone to like fucking get out of here, and then kind of motion like put the hat on, disguise himself as Ithios, but like slightly like skinnier and like, you know, paler and like not as cool looking. And then tell like motion for Reaver to put the frog on the ground, and I kind of like look over at Rose from her hiding place and is like,
You want me to unfrog him? Is that what the...
yeah, I guess.
I mean, I think he can still be a frog.
We could just
Never mind.
drop him off.
No,
I don't want to be a fish anymore.
Not killing the
Okay.
frog.
I will... Yep. And I very hesitantly will unfrog this man. Defrogify, if you will.
You've never seen a more confused fish person in your life. Hello? But in undercommon, so it sounds like...
Oh fuck, is he not gonna be able to?
I was gonna say, Tennant doesn't speak under.
Wait, undercommon.
I can translate through the earpiece. He says hello.
Yeah, but I need you to understand me. She's not gonna work.
In the earpiece, do you need me to refrog him? I can refrog him.
Or I could try to say what you're trying to. You want? I could try to pretend to be your
I want to
voice.
get back on a boat. It's been too long since I've seen a fucking bird. Can we just wrap this up?
Listen, I'm trying to be a good
I'll
person.
put him into a
I don't
bed.
want to kill the frog, right?
Could it be? It wouldn't be the same.
It's fine. We're not gonna kill you. Listen, I know you don't understand me, but if you go back to your people and you don't fucking say a word, you will be heralded as a hero and you will be beloved for the rest of your life. Are you getting? Are you understanding me? Yeah. So you shut the fuck up. You, and then walk this way, and all of your friends will be like, "Oh my god, I love you," and you have fucking. You know what? Fuck this. Reaches into his coat pocket, invisible coat pocket, and just pulls out a bag of gold and just throws at this man's chest. Have a nice life. If you say anything, I'll come back and kill you. All right.
Starts walking away.
Just looks at Rose and goes, "I can't do magic, man."
No, that was that was
No,
really,
really?
that was a really excellent. Wow, it was like Ithios was in the room. That was
Spot on impression, dear. And I'm
Got
like
scared for a minute.
holding on to Rose, like trying not to cry loud.
Take off the hat and throw at my mom.
Whoa. Where did you come from?
Gasp! How did you do that?
Try and do one good deed in your life, I swear.
Just the
This
one.
is fucking
That was a
insane.
good deed to you.
Mom wanted to drown the frog.
Oh, let's go.
And you all can start walking back towards House Huntsman and towards the exit to the Underdark. Anything anybody wants to do before you climb back up?
Yeah.
Drop by and be like, it's handled.
Just through a
That was
window. genuinely and seriously though, can I, as
Yeah.
we're kind of like making our way back to the dock, can I once again kind of fall on a step next to Ward and just... So, are you coming home with us? Or I imagine you've thought about this for a while?
You know, I didn't let myself think that far. On the off chance that, things wouldn't work out, I didn't want to get my hopes up for anything.
I know the feeling.
I don't really know what life looks like now.
Well, from someone who went through a really harrowing, awful event under the ground and lost everything and then came out and started over, I think, unfortunately, and fortunately, whatever the fuck you want is what comes next. Can't marry into the family, though, because, you know, you've already...
Well, my ship's back
And I'm
on...
taken.
My ship's back on Dorithium, so I suppose that's a good place to start.
Great. Good work.
Kind of shoves off the cloak and, like, folds it. I don't really want this, and I don't really know if you do, but I think you should decide what happens to it. So.
You're giving me my ex's hand-me-down?
When you put it like that, it's kind of shitty, huh?
It's been a shitty couple days, so...
Yeah.
I can take it off your hands if you don't want it.
You'll probably
But
get more.
if you're trying to, like, bribe me into being your friend, you don't
No,
have...
quite
okay.
literally, you'll probably get more use out of it than me.
This rate, yeah. Sure. I just kind of, like, very hesitantly kind of hold out a hand.
She puts it in your hand.
I think Rose, like, looks at it in their hands for a long minute, and then will kind of just, like, very quickly, almost to, like, make her stop make themselves stop looking at it, we'll just, like, kind of fold it up a little bit tighter than it needs to and, like, tuck it in a bag. I mean, if it's, you know, helping you, then I'm happy to. It's not personal, Ward. I'm just like that. So.
I'm not taking it personally.
Okay, good. And, look, I'm not really the person to send this message, and nobody has asked me to, but I feel like someone should say it. I know that the person who wore your face a long time ago that was a part of this family is long gone. But there are people here who care about you, and if the person you are now would like to stay for any length of time, I'm certain that could be arranged. And I will do my best not to be a bitch about it.
I'll think about it. Thank you.
Yeah.
You can, take the memories out of the Crowcolt, but you can't take the Crowcolt out of the body, huh?
Classic saying, who doesn't know that one? Yeah. Right, okay. I'm gonna go back to my husband, because we're still underground, and I hate that
Okay.
so bad.
Okay.
Good work, team.
Thanks.
Thanks for the cloak
Yeah.
of that my ex died in,
You're
and
welcome.
see you
Seems
later.
like so much less confident than they used to, almost as if they've lost like 5 points of their charisma score.
God.
It's just like so awkward and weird.
Yep. And then I'll go walk by Tenet again. And I've just Rose has just like the weirdest, most baffled expression on their face, but we'll just take your hand and kind of
You good?
Are any of us ever really?
I think at no point in this entire expedition have you thought Ward is harmless until, like, right now.
Sure.
Sometimes when it matters.
Yeah. I will be better when we're above ground.
Ditto.
Also, Emil's cloak is in my bag now.
Why?
Ward gave it to me, and I felt rude to say no after the argument that we had, but it's okay. I'll figure something. It's nice material.
Do you want to keep it?
I'm gonna think on that. I'll keep you in the loop on that
I
one.
could just accidentally trip and drop it into the fireplace.
No, well, it's magic, so that it might, I don't know what would happen if you. I mean,
Everything burns.
no, yeah, I'll let you know. Fine. Just, I think, rest my head on your shoulder and walk the rest of the way out.
I think Rodella falls back by Riva. And as they're walking, I think she just glances over at Riva and just starts giggling again. That was quite the show. I'll put on.
I think riding the high of, I think, a show, I guess? Like, the sort of, like, post-show energy. I think Riva, like, takes your arm, takes your hand, just, like, leans into you. And I think, like, probably not since they had just started, like, dating. I think there's a little, like, sort of, like, giggle that escapes. And I think as we're walking in this sort of, like, in this dark and quiet, and, like, a little bit of time passes, I think I look over to you. I think I would like to ask your advice. I think it may be time to step back a little bit from the business. And I wanted to hear your opinions, your thoughts before I make a decision.
That's certainly a conversation we could have. Are you alright? Click, 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 click.
I think I elbow you in the ribs a little bit. Yes.
Alright. I think we have a lot to talk about. But for now, I'm so glad that crown's off your head.
You're right. There's only one noble between the two of us.
Talk fish to me. He's walking.
Oh my god.
Oh, well. You all can head back to...
I think Diana wanted to do something.
Diana wanted to do something, so never
did.
mind. You're still
Hi.
walking.
Hi. So, Reed, you said glowing plants. Tell me more about. Say more right now. What's the vibe?
They're plants,
And
and they sure do glow.
slay. As they're walking back, I think ever since they entered that chamber with the lake, like Ruby has had her bow kind of in her hand, like half drawn at her side, and she still is very much in that position as they're walking back. I think is probably like taken up the caboose a little bit and is just like is still in work mode. Shoulders are still tense. Eyes are still darting around looking for any sign that anyone is coming after them. But as they're going, like she can't help but have her eyes caught by all of these like glowing plants and flowers and just things that little natural things that I don't think that she's ever seen before. She's very used to like the flora and the fauna of Dorithium, but the types of things that you could see on other planets are just things that she never considered. And I think that her eyes kind of catch on. Are there like flowers? I don't know what kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Flowers.
Alright, I was sure it was like ferns or like what the vibe
Ferns,
was.
Flowers, bushes,
Cool.
shrubbery.
Yeah, shrubbery. I think that her eyes kind of catch on one of the flowers growing out of like a little section of rock nearby, and just very quickly, and sneakily, so that nobody else notices. I think kind of ducks over and will take one, try to take it as much of the root of it as she can, and kind of holds it in her hand and thinks about somebody back home who would probably be very interested, and kind of tucks it into a bag to hide its glow, and then we'll continue after the rest of her family.
Sure.
That's all.
Well, thanks. Now we go back to the surface.
Get me out of the tunnels.
We climb, we walk up. The sun is shining. You all kind of have to squint as you adjust to the light that the surface provides. The fantasy caution tape remains, but as soon as you all emerge from the mouth of this cave, there is somebody there to move the alarm tape so you can head back to where your ship is docked. Your ship's still there. Nadette and Ruby Sr. are playing a card game on the docks. Or on the deck. And you all can pile back into the ship and begin your journey home. And I think that is where we are going to end today's episode of Tales from Beyond Crow Lane. Thank you all so much for joining us for one of the silliest episodes of this campaign thus far. Bye?
In Undercommon, that's blorp blorp.
Yeah, precisely. We'll see you on Wednesday for Divinians and in 2 weeks for the next chapter of our tale. See you then. Until then, see you next time. Caw-caw. Bye.